Not really a fan of that horn sequence. Oh boy. Today, I think I'll be tackling some roads. Welcome to the stream. If you're new here, my name is Corey Owens. I'm building a digital twin of downtown Memphis, Tennessee. And right now I'm taking a painstaking approach to create some hero buildings. Hero as in these are buildings that are going to be high priority in their aesthetic and design and level of detail. And I refuse to use, but also don't really know that it's optimal to create procedural tools to automate some of this process, because most of this environment is one of one unique. There's not a lot of duplication that can happen. Like I can't create an asset or an object and just replicate it across the scene as easily as I could if I were, let's say if we were building a fictitious environment. I'll leave it at that. So something that I've wanted to do is get my road context kind of built in here. And I think I'm going to start with that today. So I've got to pick a place to start that from. Oh, that one's going to be fun. Let's make sure all of our other static meshes are turned off. And I think we're going to start from about here. Let's choose this intersection. Yep. Let's do it. First order of business is drawing out the spline near and about the center of the road, but I found it easiest to draw it out for the distance that I want the road to span for, this portion of the environment. And then grab those kind of tweens, those in between spline points, and optimize from there, as opposed to trying to get in there with fine detail and draw each spline point in the beginning. So then I'll go and start creating those tweens, and I try to get it right near the center of the street, and I press end on my keyboard to drop it down to the surface of the road. Heck yeah, dude. I think I don't need this one yet, and maybe not. Actually, yeah, we'll. So the more spline points you have, the higher the resolution, right? So it's good to have a high resolution road, primarily because if you don't, there are some parts of the road that will raise or dip below the elevation, raise above or dip below the elevation. And if you have a really low resolution road, like few spline points that, let's say, span across from one end, let's say you have two spline points that go from one end of the road to the opposite end, then only using those two spline points will not take into account the dips in the road, right? So it's good to have a little bit higher resolution so that you can make sure that as the grade of the site changes, you're compensating for that grade change. Not rocket science, but it can be tasking. Like, it can be a lot of work. I have a song that kind of sounds like this, an instrumental anyways, not like lyrics and singing on it. It's a nice tune. I think I may stop right about there. We don't need this to go that far because this is our primary area of interest, area of focus. Now, what I do need to find out is if there's a button I can press to just go to the next spline point. I'm gonna raise it up and then press N on the keyboard to drop that back to the surface of the road just to make sure that everything is vertically aligned. And that also helps me visually see that my spline is centered. Which is super important when you start to go and put in your sidewalks. You want your spline to be centered because the road has to be curved, has to have some curvature, right? On the, to where the water drains into the curb. And since we're gonna pretty much end the road right there for now, we don't really need to put too much emphasis on the position of that last spline point. But there's basically, that's one road. That's just one. Before I add any static meshes to that, I usually like to go ahead and bring in the other spline points for the other roads as well. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go fill my water jug up real quick. Also grabbed a little water for myself. So can't even talk. If I spend the next hour just focus on roads, I can get a lot of these roads done and be very happy with my road systems. All right, let's bring another spline point, and this one is going to go from here. Yeah, we'll just do that. All right, best order of business, best practice would be to just take that second spline point and move it all the way to the end. And then create some tweens. Hold down the Alt key to get those tweens where you want them. All right, and then pull them up and drop them to the street. And after you drop them to the street, you'll align them to the center. Cool. 2 down. Let's go ahead and save. All right, let's see how we want to do this road. I can go ahead and grab this one. So I think for some of these, it might even be possible. I'm going to use that loosely. Might be possible to use world build. But no, we're going to keep it custom. Keep it custom. Probably wasn't a good idea to duplicate those splines, but I'm gonna go for it. I was really hoping for more variety with this mix. Let's give it a few more minutes and see if it switches up at all. Oh man. Brother, come on. All right, I've had enough of that. Is it the same freaking song the whole time? No, absolutely not. All right. I'm not gonna make y'all listen to woo 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 for 5 hours. That's crazy. This also sounds like something I made. Like not exactly, but the same synths and kind of like the repetitiveness. I'm gonna have to go find those songs, play some of them. Yeah, okay. I don't hate it. I might not love it, but I don't hate it. It's not bad though. That's a lot of road systems, buddy. But if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. No bitching. No excuses. Let me think here. Not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of that either. Come on, Savage, just give us some music, bro. Damn. It's a pretty long road. We'll make it though, just to have it. Hey, here's a little tip for you today. Unsolicited. A little something that's not related to design, but related to the design of your life, I guess. Call one of your friends that you haven't spoken to. Bro. This is Unreal Engine with Cesium Google 3D tiles streaming into the program, which I'm using as a reference for my design to recreate the entire city at 1-to-1 scale. So yeah, it's Google Earth data. As high quality as it may look, it's very low quality 3D tiles. So if I zoom up close, this is the quality of those tiles, and that's the highest that it'll render. Even though there is more higher resolution textures available in Google, they don't provide it through Cesium. And what I'm doing right now is just blocking out some buildings and rebuilding it at the highest possible visual fidelity. This is Crosstown Concourse. And just for reference, this is a level of detail that I'm going for. Let me go to, let's say cinematic quality, and I'll just show you real quick. I have a few projects with different districts and areas that I'm working on individually. It's the level of detail I'm going for. And everything is being built by hand. I do have Revit models in here, but they're hidden because I have an NDA. I can't really share them just yet. Few buildings I've started to put detail on. All this is built using the box tool in Unreal Engine's modeling, default modeling extension. Right now I'm doing a little bit of a mixture of gray boxing and adding some detail, like a little bit of detail. And I'm creating basically a demo. It's a digital twin designed to both be a video game as well as an enterprise software for architectural visualization. And whether or not I have real IPs in the game is going to depend on my naming rights deals. So hopefully that answers a lot of questions at once. Computer graphics card, yes, it is nuts. CAD design, but not like this as in whole cities. We should connect then. We should definitely connect. I missed the name of the software again. Cesium. So I am in Unreal Engine, but I'm using Cesium Ion plugin, which is free, to stream in the 3D tile set, and the quality of those tiles or the consistency of those tiles being streamed in is going to depend heavily on your VRAM. And I do have a very very, very expensive computer, so I'm able to stream in a lot of tiles. But the goal is to design all of downtown Memphis, and the approach that I'm taking now is probably not the approach that I'll take once I build a team. I just need to create some hero objects, some hero buildings that I can put in the demo to get some backing, get some funding. I don't want to hear that 100 times. Damn, Savage, you finna turn the club up. Come on, YouTube. Give me something. Just music. Let's see, is this copyright free? I don't know. Don't want to risk it. Don't want to risk it for the biscuit. Deep house. No copyright. That's what we want. Okay. I think we can deal with that. But I'm creating some hero objects. Because the plan is to present this project to the city and say, hey, we want to get more BIM models from some architecture firms that are local and import them into the project, as well as raise the money to hire a team, to put together a team, to start creating maybe either some procedural tools or do some LiDAR scanning and make this process much more optimal. But in the meantime, I want everything to look as accurate as possible around these hero buildings. Very cool. I can rock with this. So that when people come into the game or, you know, play the demo or watch the YouTube videos or see the renderings, either they can't distinguish like whether this is real life or video game, or they're extremely familiar with the environment since it's somewhere that they live, work, and commute every day. And that's kind of the plan, is to get it as close to real life as possible in terms of its layout and design. Because if someone was riding a bike or walking to and from, you know, let's say this building that I'm designing, I want them to be able to replicate that if they were to pick up a controller and say like, hey, oh, this is my route. This is the building I go to get coffee. Here's my brother's house. Uh-oh, I think all those are going under the ground. And they are. You working on any projects right now? Is your background in architecture? Tell me a little bit about what you got going on. And you're on Facebook, Devin. Oh, okay. All right, let's straighten these spline points up. You know what? So do you by chance have a printer of your own? And I ask because I've got a company, a guy that I just started working with, or really it's an organization, just a bunch of guys, bunch of people. We just did a project that involved a lot of architectural visualization, augmented reality, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but they asked me if I could accomplish it, and I said yes, and I did. So I created an augmented reality presentation for them to present a building to stakeholders, and they hired a company to do 3D prints of a 3D print of the building and to create a site. Basically, we had like a large wooden box where they replicated the site design and then place the building in the center. And apparently there's a lot of money in making small scale 3D models of buildings for these companies. So just curious if you ever thought about getting into that. This music is usually hit or miss. Let's see how loud this is. Damn! 8 3D printers. That's awesome. Are you familiar with Natalie Boyett? I wonder if anybody local has worked with her. She owns BV or Bevy, beverage holder that she had put through the rigorous process of developing and testing, and pretty sure a lot of her stuff was kind of mass manufactured at this point, but I bet it involves some 3D printing. Man, this takes me back to my Abercrombie days. What are they even saying? At my side? Quite the road. It's a very long one. In Ohio, do freelancing for, yeah. And I will let you know. I don't know if I'll need anything print related at this moment, but the clients that I will be working with are interested in either putting together a department that does that, so that they don't have to constantly hire out. But I thought to myself, if I'm doing this, I may look into getting into that, because to work with these clients and make a crazy amount of money doing the architectural visualization, I could probably use all the same models I'm creating to then go and get like a printed version and kind of double my revenue. What the hell? Let's go ahead and grab this road. And I think this one, I'll take the approach of going one by one, maybe. I wonder who thought it was a good idea to put crickets in the background of this song. I haven't been to Ohio in a long time. Last time I was there, it was snowing. I think it was around Christmas. Had like 6 feet of snow or something. I think I'll end up doing a custom mesh for this portion. Yeah, buddy. I'm getting so many text messages from random fucking numbers about health insurance, helping me get more business, paying my toll thing, whatever, DMV stuff. Like, what? But I did put my own number on the internet. Let's give this a little more resolution. Streamboo.com. If I get another streamboo.com message, I'm gonna block stream. I'm gonna just blacklist that website. I will never go to streamboo.com. I would rather have one viewer than pay for people to watch my stream. Streamboo. I don't need a Streamboo. We don't need any booze. The only boo I need is going to be a wife. All right. I like this progression. Hell yeah. Might not need that much resolution there. Okay, let's see what's missing. I would turn this into a trap beat so fast. Okay, I fuck with it. I like it. That's a solid track. I would say that that is more of a parking lot type of situation. So I don't think I really need a road right there. But boy, will I have a lot of curbs to design. I don't think I'm gonna go off in that direction just yet. I'm gonna kind of keep everything contextualized right around the site for now. Or maybe one road? Yeah, we'll do one. And we don't have to take this one out too far. Let's just say to this intersection. Sounds oddly familiar. I think I know what they took inspiration from for this one. Forget the lyrics. Yep. 100%. Sounds good though. Okay, so all of that being done, let's just add a mesh to the splines and see how it looks. Let's see, static mesh paths. Road splines is going to be in data folder. Simplified. I think we can probably go with large road. Nope, absolutely not. The hell is that? You jumped out of my dream. Get out of here. I jumped out of your dreams. What you mean? You know how people say, I'm the prize. Oh, look at us. All right. I don't think. Undo move. What does Control Shift D do? Edit. Quick iteration. I think that looks all right. Which, afterward, we have the daunting task of adding the sidewalk. All right, so I just learned something new. At every intersection, instead of having one spline point on the intersection, it makes more sense to have two spline points at each end of the intersection to make sure that when you place those sidewalks, they all end up in the correct location. And I'm not going to do any serious like varying sidewalk designs. I'm just gonna probably do one sidewalk design. And leave it at that. Cool. All right, I guess we're gonna do our first sidewalk. You know, this sidewalk is just crazy. Let me think how I wanted to do this. Okay. I could make this whole thing completely custom. Oh, we're talking about a lot of work though to do this. Okay. Shit. Hey, but we're here though. Yeah, shit. I wish I could let y'all into my head so that you can hear my thoughts right now. Oh, this is so ridiculous. This is the terrible part about doing these digital twin designs is if I were to create one big mesh to cover this whole lot, I can almost guarantee that none of this lot is just flat. Oh man. Well, this clearly isn't. That's a big hill. So much to consider right now about how I want to approach this. Looks like we do care about accuracy. Gotta adjust my undies. Okay, let me think. Because normally what I would do is I would start doing the sidewalk right now, but I only have one sidewalk mesh designed, and the way that this site is set up, it completely ignores a uniform sidewalk design. Like, let's put this patch of grass on this side, and let's put this thinner patch of grass on this side. Why didn't you just make the whole thing a sidewalk? I'm just thinking out loud. I guess the road was really the easiest part of this. Okay, I think I have an idea. We're going to use Spline tool to create the sidewalk from here around. And then from here around. When in doubt, get the map out. My TV's not even on. Okay. Just have to contextualize this a little to get an idea for how I want to approach making the sidewalks. think the best thing would be to start with only curbs. This is going to be really interesting. Okay. So if I were to take this approach, what I would do is draw a spline around every, let me think. I would draw the spline around the whole thing, I think. And then we throw a curb or something on top of that spline. So let's take the entire the approach to do the entire site. I guess that would kind of mean going into the territory of like just this road, just going into this road, and also drawing the spline around here, which means I would need to do this whole site all the way around. And if I'm gonna do it, I guess I better get started. All right, I think I found my solution. So thinking this in my head makes perfect sense. Let's see if I can explain it. I'm gonna draw a spline along this edge where in the gutter, on the edge of the shoulder of the street, where the material changes from pavement to concrete, not on top of the sidewalk, but at the edge outside of the sidewalk. And then I'm going to bring that all the way around and this way. Well, nope, not there. All the way around here. Oh boy, it's going to be a lot. And then all the way over here, and then all the way back down. So to test this theory, I think it would make sense for me to try that right here first. Right, I mean here. So let's do that. I don't yet, but I've got one in my Amazon cart, like ready to purchase, and I'm gonna do that in a few days. It's both the smaller Space Mouse as well as the larger one with all the with the screen and the pad, the number pad. Yes, I'm getting two of them to test, and I know there's an Unreal Engine plugin for it. They have their own. I've been working in cinematic this whole time. They have their own Unreal Engine plugin, but I think there's a third-party developer that made a plugin that works a little bit better, and I can't wait to try it. All right, let's see, Spline Tool Pro. Man, dude, yeah, I'm excited to try them. Normally, I will use this. And like, I love these, but I haven't, ever since I've done this setup, I've not used them. Ever since I built my computer here, I haven't used them, and I do love it. Thumball, track mouse, or whatever it's called. I think one of them, my scroll stopped working. But yeah, that's next on the list. For sure. So we're going to test this theory and see that this is going to give me the results I'm looking for. Spline Tool Pro might not be the best way to do this. So let's delete that. We're going to just create a spline using the built-in modeling tool. You'll use tangent drag, and I think this should automatically align to the normal. Okay, with the Dua Lipa instrumentation. All right, and then closed loop. Oh yeah, loop it. Accept. All right. I think this is going to be the way. Yeah, I can already see it now. This is the best solution. So I draw a second spline where I expect my curb to be, which wouldn't necessarily be the sidewalk. Car Audio World, thanks for subscribing. Dude, I'm right around the corner from 1,000 subscribers. And I think I have the ability to monetize my channel, but I haven't even applied. For the monetization. Oh, dude, thank you. Yep, have to have 1K. And at one point I was creating content like very rapid. I was rapidly creating a lot of content and I was getting those subscribers coming through, but it was me and it was my girlfriend and I playing video games on the Sega Dreamcast. And man, once we cut things off, I just deleted all those videos. I was like, nope, not leaving those on there. But my subscribers started coming through, and I think with that, many of those subscribers expected me to keep uploading video game related videos, which, like, of me playing video games and showing like the startup screen. But thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Okay, so that would be the curb. Yeah, I think this is gonna work really well if I do it this way. It's gonna be a lot of work, but let's draw another spline. Honestly, I'd put the curb there, right? And then, let me think. Oh, I think the kids are here. Or somebody. All right, yeah, this is crazy amount of work, but I think we're on to something. If I just do Boolean operations, I can come up with something that would look like was created in Revit or something. Oh shit. Hell yeah. Mr. Wilson, 2007, class of 2008 to 2012, was my drafting teacher. And man, he gave me a huge binder full of AutoCAD CDs, and I don't have a clue what happened to him. Because I think he was on the verge of retiring. He was like, here, you can have this. He saw something in me. Which, I'm like, why me out of everybody in the class or in these classrooms at these teachers? I don't think I was doing anything groundbreaking. I wasn't a bad kid, but caused a lot of commotion. But for whatever reason, he said, I think you'll benefit from having this instead of me keeping this in my storage. And I guess it turned into something, because here we are. But he gave me all of his AutoCAD software with the serials. He said, take this home. I was like, oh shit. And I don't think I really used it as that much, but I do think I remember installing AutoCAD and not really knowing like what I wanted to do with it, because in that class, most of what we were doing was drafting 2D plans. There was no 3D. All right, so this being done, I think this is going to work out really well. Yep. I'm class of 2012. Yeah. Technical drafting, same. Architecture, those 4 years. In the state of Ohio Skills USA competition for technical drafting, my drafting instructor was the same way, constantly giving me software, SolidWorks, AutoCAD, Fusion, Revit. Oh yeah, dude. Technical path was amazing. I learned typing and 3ds Max, and oh man, like I wouldn't change it for the world. We were sitting in those classrooms though, installing games on those computers, and Mr. Wilson, my drafting teacher, was like he would catch a glimpse of us playing video games, and we'd make fun of him for always saying, get out of that, kill it, like kill the program, kill it, Courtney, kill it, to close the program. This was an old white dude. Quit that canoodling. Man, them goddamn video games, kill it. He was a trip, but he was a great dude. And his response, or his advice, was always, there are 6 different ways to do everything. Nah, I'm not gonna buy any subs. I'm just gonna keep it as it is and just wait it out. I'll feel much better that way, I think. Cause I don't know, I'm the type of person, I'd rather have one sub that is deeply interested in what I'm doing, who comments on my stuff all the time, than, you know, get that 1,000 and just be flooded. Like I'm afraid, not really afraid, like I don't buy subs or follows, but I know I'm the type of person that if a bot or like one of those OnlyFans accounts follows me, I will block it immediately. I don't like fake followers on anything. Even if it's a real person, like an OnlyFans person, I'm just like, I am not about to let this algorithm put these people out here and screw up my ability to get in front of the right person. Because for me personally, like I've made money by doing this live streaming and then getting in front of the right person or people, and that person engages with me for months, and then I find out they've been like just scouting my work, and it's like, hey, it might not be the best work, that we could buy, but you're the only person doing it, and we've gained this level of trust in your work and showing us how your process without gatekeeping, that we want to hire you to do that for us. I've made so much money this way. All right, so let's test this theory. Let me turn this off and turn on my spline roads real quick. Best fit plane, or is it gonna be, all right, let me contemplate here. It's possible that we need a little more detail on the road. Yeah, I think that's the case. Hold on. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. The technical path is an amazing path that more people should take. Not for the drafting necessarily, but it's very chill and fun. All right, I gotta think, what's the plan here? First, I'm just gonna try to create a mesh from this spline and see how well it aligns. So create mesh spline and best fit plane. We're gonna flatten it. Of course, and then I can just use the lattice tool. Let's accept. Yeah. And then we use our infamous lattice tool to kind of flatten this out a little bit or align it to my street. I think that'll be a good route. So let's turn off cesium. Dude. I still have every single Sims CD. It was The Sims, it was Roller Coaster Tycoon. What else did we play in there? Some of those computers were kind of beefy at the time, so we installed some legit games. Towards the end of the year, he was like, all right, you guys got 30 minutes to play video games. All right, so we're going to go to mesh, remesh, accept. And then I'm going to do a lattice edit. This is probably the greatest discovery that I've found in this program. Let's go ahead and adjust our pivot first to this edge and rotate it. That way our lattice can be aligned. And the goal here is just to get it right along the edge of the street so we can increase the resolution both ways. Take these, drop them down just a hair. And I don't think a character will get close enough to this to see if it's 100% like aligned to ground, like no gap. We can also set it to where it doesn't cast shadows, which I think is what I'll do. Oh, that's way up there. I think it'd be helpful, let me accept this, if I just go and take an AV plastic material to apply to maybe this mesh. Just so I can at least see my edits. That'll make iteration much quicker. The fun part about doing these streams is that we don't get to skip the boring shit. And there's a lot of it. Once we turn off cast shadows for this, you won't really be able to tell that it doesn't completely align with the ground. And what are you up to today? Where are you watching from? You chilling at home or what? it looks pretty good. That's an awful lot to do, but testing out a theory, and I think it's a good one. All right, accept, save. Let's search for shadow. We don't want it to cast a shadow. All right, let's go into lattice again, but let's increase the resolution. And this will give me a little more finer edits on these corners. Wait a minute. Does appear to be casting a shadow. Maybe that's just to help me see my edits. I don't know. I can be optimistic. Also, one thing that I could do to help mitigate the space between the street and this little part of the curb. Let's save that. Let me lift it up real quick and see if it's casting a shadow. It isn't. Okay, good. Is I can give it thickness now. So I can go polygroup edit. Let's grab it. Let's try to flip it, and then would extrude be the better option? Extrude it down into the ground just a hair. Let's grab all those faces, select all, recalculate normals, and then accept. All right, let's go back and do a lattice edit again real quick. And then we can just pull this into the ground on the edges. All right. I like this workflow. I like where this is headed. I like how this could potentially turn out. What I need to do from here is let's go ahead and give this like a concrete-ish texture for now. It doesn't have to be the correct texture, but let's just grab this and put it on there and then reproject the UVs. Maybe 250. Can probably go 500 or something. Whatever that is, it's not going to be seen on the whole mesh anyways. So accept. Okay. How to move forward. So I kind of figured that out. Next would be the curb part, which I do have a curb profile that I could use. So let's see, static mesh paths, curbs. Created my own curb somewhere. Oh, not that one. Nope. Not that either. Let's see. All right, well, let's just go find it. Okay, these two need to be in curbs. All right, so I take this. Let's hope that we built it in the appropriate direction. Spline actor. I guess we didn't use Spline 2 Pro for this, did we? Uh-oh, that might be a little bit of an issue. Can we convert this to Spline 2 Pro? Let's find out. Okay, copy the spline. I don't think it's gonna work. Here's what I'll try to do though. Yeah, neither of these are Spline 2 Pro. So real quick, I'm just gonna drag this curve out there and see if I can pull a Spline Tool Pro spline out Oh, geez, that is a lot. Okay, that makes sense. Oh man, I don't know if this is gonna work. All right, so right now what I'm trying to do is figure out if I can duplicate this spline, these spline points, or if I'm gonna have to just redraw the whole thing, which might be faster, but if I can figure out how to duplicate it, then I can solve this problem in the future. So what do we have? It's a spline actor. I can't just take spline points and move them to another. I don't think. Okay, so food for thought. Next time, if I want to use mesh on the spline, I have to use Spline Tool Pro, and I can't just draw a spline. So let me delete this, or at least delete the spline component out of there. Spline. And we'll just go and draw it. Lesson learned. But let's not waste any more time. So I could sit here for another hour trying to figure out how to copy spline points from one actor to the next and from one type of actor to the next. Because I know how to copy them. I don't know if they're useful. Let's turn off that triangulation real quick. And maybe turn on cesium and turn off these roads. Turn off these roads. All right, so I wasted about 30 minutes, maybe less, but I learned what I needed to learn to know how to avoid that problem and how to approach proactively the solution next time. So you guys understand, there are two different types of splines that I'm using here. One is the built-in engine modeling tool spline, which is in the modeling mode panel, and it has its own set of blueprints to control what the spline does, how it works. And then I'm using a plugin that's third party called Spline Tool Pro. And it has its own blueprints, its own settings to control what can be done with the spline. So what I attempted to do was just copy those spline points from the regular spline actor into the Spline Tool Pro blueprint, and I couldn't copy the blueprint components of that spline actor, if that makes sense. So while I could get the spline points copied over, all the features of the spline won't copy over to it. With it, I mean. So I'm trying to explain this while I work. So now I have the daunting task of redrawing this spline. It's not terrible. And trying to replicate the exact layout for this curb. I don't know what this is, but it's not EDM. Well, I mean, I guess it is kind of EDM. I just don't like it that much. Whatever. Okay, so now that this is pretty much done, what I should be able to do at this point is, let's take that other spline actor and delete it. Right? And then we will search for this in the content browser, this curb, grab that spline, and then on that spline we'll place the curb. See if it's going to be backwards. Oh, it's so far out of position. What? I don't know, why does that happen? That's weird. Self. All right, no biggie, I don't think. I think all we really have to do let me lift this thing up. Yeah, I think when I copied that spline over into here, it screwed something up, and I should have never did that, but That's better. All right, let's disable the spline real quick, the mesh on the spline, and then reposition the spline. And what we should be left with is a decent looking curb. Let's see if it's even positioned the right way. Yeah, and it is. Okay, let's turn that triangulation back on. Let's share the material. Turn off photogrammetry. Turn these roads back on. And I'll say that's pretty much what we wanted to go for right there. Minus this one going into the ground. Okay. Great. All right, so again, this was my first time trying this method. And I'd say I like the outcome. I like how it turned out. I just know now what to do to avoid any issues next time. So I created this curb myself. This curb profile. All right, and let's make sure that it aligns now. Let's invert our photogrammetry. Save this real quick. Grab cesium tiles. Lock that, invert it. And let's just make sure that this aligns now to this mesh. So again, a lot of work, maybe somewhat unnecessary, seemingly, but if this is going to be a hero area, then I'm going to put a lot of detail and making it look super nice. And then from here, I could very easily, well, let me think. I'd have to create a triangulation to then get the sidewalk part of this and then to get the grass. So we can use this. Oh, I don't think that was supposed to be curved like that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, so I can go over to create and mesh spline. We can set this to best fit plane, I think. Just hit accept. And then move this up like this. And this will at least give me a general shape for where we want our sidewalk to be, which is fantastic. And then let's hide this one. Let's grab this other one. And we want to basically do the same thing. And this one will be for grass. So mesh spline. We'll align to best fit plane. I could choose to do not flatten, but I don't know what's going to happen with that. So accept. Let's pull this one up and let's find a random grass material. Not sure that one's gonna work out. Although I like the texture. I really like the texture. Yeah, that'll do. Temporary solutions for the time being. So while that looks like a lot of crazy work from our bird's eye view, you know, once I finish that and add actual foliage to that static mesh and cut that out from my sidewalk, I think it's safe to say I'd be pretty proud of how that turns out. So let's see. Let's go mesh, remesh, accept. I think I could do a polygroup edit. Oh, wait. Maybe triangle edit would be better. And then a lot of this is going to be edited based on our lattice editing tool to get it all aligned appropriately. But before I do that, what I want to do is, I wonder if I could probably do a Boolean operation on this. Let's lower it down just a little bit. And do a quick lattice edit. Goal here is to basically get it right under the height of the curb so that we can use that curb to do a Boolean operation and cut this mesh. And then we'll go back with the lattice later on and add some finer detail to how we adjust the height. Not sure what you can see on your screen. I'm looking very closely at how this mesh intersects with the curb and making the intersection like the height of the mesh as close to the top of the curb as possible. Once I get this up to the top of the curb, I can then lower the whole thing. Let's accept down. And I should be able to use that curve to do a Boolean. So let's save real quick and then we'll try that. So copy, paste. Let's grab this, and I can't do a Boolean. So first I'm gonna have to just take one of these and convert it to a static mesh. This is where having a high-powered GPU comes into play, because it's going to take all these meshes now and it's going to process them all individually, which I can then union into one large mesh. It's possible that the merge tool might be faster, so let's try that. We'll go merge, accept. Let the GPU do its thing. And then we'll take that and Boolean accept, and this should give me a solid result, which then I can go back at any point and do a lattice edit to basically get that right up on the edge. I mean, I really don't have to go that much further than this. I'll go ahead and just kind of do a quick lattice. So we're not talking about using prefabs, because the prefab can't give us the exact result of this curve design. It's possible that I could bring the cesium data maybe into some other software. I don't know. And then use a curb like sidewalk builder. I don't know. I've looked so many places to try to find something that is specifically for sidewalks. No real luck though. Let's accept that real quick. Go back and add some resolution here. I think at this point you can see what the purpose of all this is. And whether you believe there's value in doing this or not, I guess depends on, you know, how important these assets are to you, how close your player is going to be to them. And again, this was all really just meant to be a test to see if this method could work to give me the exact results I'm looking for. And I would say that this is beyond satisfactory. So if I spent an entire day repeating this process around the entire site, I would give myself 30 to 60 days to do a site this size and get it down to the detail, like to landscaping detail. Because not only do we want to see the detail in the building, I want to be able to walk around and see the rocks, see all the different materials for the different like public areas, different types of stone, concrete, mulch. And this is exactly why it would cost someone tens of thousands of dollars to have this done. Like, I want a working digital twin of my facility, a 1-to-1 scale replica. And what would be really cool is if I could provide this in both VR and like first person, you know, with a controller to give them, set them up a decent computer in a room hooked up to a TV, and or, you know, put this on their website for download. Say, hey, you want a tour of Crosstown? Go and download the game, and you can install it on your computer, run around, and, you know, go in and out of the building, walk around the site. All right, and there it is. So that's exactly what we're going for, although I could add some different type of material to it to give it like a sidewalk look at some point. I'm not going to do that just yet. But I am going to give it some depth. So let's go ahead and polygroup edit it. Select that face, extrude it, see if we can extrude downward. It doesn't have to go that far into the ground, just enough to give it some depth. Let's remesh this. Let's adjust our pivot. I'm going to put it right here. Rotate it. And then also perform a lattice edit. So at first, I don't think we need this much resolution. Let's bring it down to like this. And at the very least, get the edges down to the ground. come back, make refinements a little later. Goal right now is to focus on getting the edges to touch. Hit OK, and then lattice at it again, but then this time increase the resolution on both sides. And that way you can just kind of have a little more refinement. And I think what we'll do is copy this mesh and use it as a guide to do a Boolean operation on the sidewalk, where we'll extrude it first to give it thickness. Accept. Okay, so copy, paste it, move it up, convert it to a new mesh, and then polygroup edit, grab the face, extrude it, and we want to just extrude it down just deep enough to use it in a Boolean operation, right? So accept. And then basically grab this sidewalk, grab this mesh, and Boolean. Let's cancel. Real quick, I'm going to change the material of the grass to be the concrete material. So when we do the Boolean, the materials are shared. So let's project UV on a line. Let's do like 500. And then do the Boolean operation. Now I can grab this polygroup edit, and then we'll extrude this one now. And then I can pull the whole mesh kind of in a little bit, like into the ground, just a little. Because at this point, you know, we're going to put real grass and foliage on top of it. And typically when someone steps off the sidewalk, they're stepping into the grass. And, you know, I'm very happy with how that looks. So save it, turn off game mode. And from a bird's eye view, if I do the entire parking lot this way, can't believe I'm only an hour, 30 minutes into the stream, and I've created this method to rebuild. Even though this seemingly is a small part of the project, the site, the method that I just used to do this gives me the confidence that I can replicate the rest of this. So as tasking as this might be, you know, let's say I take 1 to 2 months to do this entire site, and I get the whole thing done where there's all the parking lots are there, these canopy awnings are there, canopies and awnings, all the profiles of the sidewalks are accurate, and then I've got logos and foliage in there. It would be very impressive nonetheless, to say the least. From there, what I could do in these 60 days is I can put this up on the Unreal Engine on Fab's marketplace as an asset that people can purchase and say, this is coming from the Memphis Metas project as a demo. And then if I get over the next couple of years, let's say if it takes me 1 to 2 months to do a site, so 60 days, and I do one site every 2 months, so that's 6 sites a year, and I bring these projects into Fab, 6 sites a year, and I sell them for, I don't know, $60 on Fab. You know, I could generate a little bit of revenue from that. But at the same time, I can also put all the sites into one massive project. And that's eventually the goal. It's like a lot of these will be lots that will be empty, and I'll take the houses out of them, or I'll put prefab houses on them. And you will have maybe 6 to 12 like major sites in Memphis that you can visit in the game. See, I would love to do this one, for example, and have this whole building in there. At the very least, walls and windows. Like, this would be a really cool one to do. And then I can get these companies on board to collaborate and you know, say, hey, we want to do something with that project that thing you're creating. And for the kids in the hospital, have a video game in their room where they can run around the hospital, run around the environment or something. I don't know. Thinking out loud. I gotta say, very much satisfied with how that turned out. And I think there's supposed to be another mesh in here that I didn't do yet. So let me go do that real quick, because I'm missing a mesh. All right, so let me go ahead and pull this up. Turn these booleans back on. Let's change both of these to curb, I think. Can I do that? Yeah. I'm curious as to whether or not. Let me just actually go to it. Let me walk over there. And this grass patch is actually kind of like a little hill. This actually goes up to the curb. So oh my gosh. I gotta take my phone number off of LinkedIn and wherever else these people are getting my number. All right, so it looks as though this needs to be actually aligned with the curb. We'll use the curb as a Boolean, now that we know this. Okay, I think that's all we need to do right there. So that being done, we can go ahead and create a mesh spline. Let's do to best fit plane, I think. First, we're going to accept this and then polygroup edit and extrude it. And then push it through the ground and basically use it to cut our sidewalk. Right, so let's give it the same material. Let's project UVs, auto align, and set it to 500 just to maintain consistency. And then it's a little funky looking. Let's try that again. Okay. What the hell? All right. Now, Boolean. Accept. Let's polygroup edit. Let's see if we can select some faces. Perfect. Now grab the spline again, create mesh, and it's going to give me the best aligned fit, I think, and keep it kind of straight. Hit accept. We'll go down to mesh and remesh, accept, and then I'll do a edit pivot. Let's just move the pivot here and then just align it to the edge, and then we'll go lattice edit, decrease the resolution because we don't need that much. Honestly, I think most of this is in pretty good shape, so let's figure out just where we can kind of raise and lower it just a hair. Let's go ahead and get some of the hard work out of the way. And it's not even hard work at all, really. Massive gap. Saturday, August 2nd. Wednesday, July 30th. Yeah. Perfect. Simple techniques to get the job done. Copy paste this. Remove the material. I guess I can't remove it. Let's move it up just a bit and set it to be world grid, and then just Boolean that to cut it. Get it out of the way, and then we'll do the same thing with this. We'll copy paste this and then convert it, accept, and merge it. What would a skate park look like downtown? You know what? That's a good question. I think that's that's the first thing that I ever did in a video game program, is I made my own skate park with the intent to put one downtown, and started driving around the city looking for where it should be. Yeah, that's a great question. And it would be a street league style skate park designed for professional events to take place there as well. And I'll probably do that one day. Monty. All right, now take the grass material. Well, I think first I would want to, I don't think this really matters that much. Let me go ahead and just put this grass material on here so we can visualize. Yo, man. I can't believe I'm doing this in Unreal Engine right now. Insanely impressive. That's funny because I spent an hour, 40 minutes, something like that, seeing if it were possible to create something at this level of detail. And of course, it's just one island. But it's a good looking one, to say the least. So, man, I'm very, very happy with how that turned out. It's detailed. Look at it. Hell yeah. That makes me so happy that I created that, because I spent months and an awful lot of money trying to figure out how this was going to be possible. Now, the only downside to this right now is that I don't have, and I think I could probably go and do this, but I don't currently have any like, this isn't set up to where somebody could walk up to it. I don't have a ramp, but that shouldn't be that hard to create. I can come back later and do some magic to create the ramps on all the sidewalk spaces, basically where this would meet with the crosswalk. Let's take a look at this in Path Tracer. That's a good looking curb. The one thing that I hear from everybody when they look at this project is that it obviously, like, my shit looks better than the real thing. It's like, yeah, it does. But damn. Let me increase my field of view real quick. We're at 90. Let's do something like that. I gotta make a whole tutorial on this because, oh man, dude. Yo, at this point, I'm blown away, to be honest. Holy shit. The more you do, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you do. So, as a challenge to take this even further, let's set this back to 90. And let's go back into lit. I want to know if I can populate foliage on the static mesh, which I think I can. Let's go ahead. It's already saved. We're going to go to YouTube. Pause our music. And we're going to YouTube it live because that's how we do. So, foliage on static mesh. I gotta look at this real quick.
Hello everyone, welcome to yet another update on the Gas PLS project. So this has been about a month since the last update and there has been a lot going on. So I'm really happy with everything that I'm going to show you, and I hope that all of you guys are going to like it. As always, and since last time, there's a Discord server right now, so if you want to discuss the project, if you want to collaborate with the others, or if you want to, yeah, let's jump in. So, last time the project was updated to 5.6, and it has been moved to a plugin format so that it's easier to integrate into other projects. Now for this version, the updates, the first and big one is the separation between base poses and overlay poses. So now there's a Q button and there's the E button. So the Q button is basically the pose. So you can see that it's different stances for the character. There's the masculine stand, there's the feminine stand, there's the ALS stand, and there's the default gasp stance. And the E is basically the overlays. So the rifle, the pistol, And here you can see that we can combine both of them. So we can combine the feminine pose with the rifle pose. So this should give a lot of freedom in terms of how to use the system. If you have different characters in your game, you don't have to have different sets of animation. For example, like Lyra does it. Lyra has entire sets for feminine and masculine. Here you can basically just have a character that is like strong and masculine, and then you can put the overlay on top of it, and it's going to work just like magic. So really happy with this update. I think this is going to open a lot of possibilities in terms of how to use the system with multiple different characters. So another update that was done is a simple transition animation when we're switching overlays or when we're switching base poses. And this is basically done so that the feet don't stick to the ground, because before, when we switch poses, for example, the rifle pose has the legs a little bit far away apart compared to other poses. So this makes it so the feet reposition themselves on the ground, which gives a nice feeling to the character. It doesn't happen if you're moving, so you will not see that if you're moving, but it happens if you're standing, so that the feet realign correctly. And the another update that was done, and this was a very highly requested one, is proper hand IK. So the items now have proper IK. You can see that the hand, for example, here with the bow is sticking properly. If we move to the rifle, you can see that now the hand is properly placed. Even if you're aiming, even if you're in first person, hand IK is done properly, and I'm going to show you how it works in a few. So you can see that the character is holding the gun properly. It's also working for the different characters. So if we take, for example, Quinn, we give her the feminine pose and the two-hand weapon, and it is working properly. Also with the different items. So yeah, the system is pretty much ready right now. It has everything ALS had and even more, I think. There may be some like minor things, but it's actually doing a lot more than ALS was doing, especially with the separation of the poses and the bases. So this should give a huge freedom in terms of how to use the system. If you have an open world game with a bunch of characters, you can basically just design different poses, and then all those characters that use those different poses can actually still use the overlays to hold items, hold weapons in their hands. Sweet. So now to show you a little bit how all of this is done. So if you go to the AVP character here, in the anim graph, you will see that the hand IK, before we were using a simple two-bone IK, now we're using tap.
That looks great. Okay. Right now I'm just trying to see what the process of doing foliage on a static mesh is, and I'm going to test it. So it looks like it's simple. So let me give this some thickness real quick. We're going to hide these. I'm going to go polygroup edit and extrude. I think I'm going to have to flip it and extrude it. Nope. Push pull might have been the better way to go. I don't know. Let's flip it. It's possible that these don't even need to be have any thickness. So polygroup edit, invert selection, delete faces, accept, and then what I would want to do is union these two, and then take all those hidden meshes and unhide them. And let's just test my theory for painting grass on this mesh. Shift 3 is foliage tool. Drop foliage there. So let's find some grass. I think I have a really good grass material. Let's just search and then see what we come up with. Static mesh. And I'm just going to do this to kind of test to see how good this is going to look. So let's just grab a bunch of grass. really sure how I feel about that. But I think let's remove, and let's only do this one and see what the difference is. So just experimenting right now. And I think let's go to modeling mode, project the UVs, and let's do auto align fit and set it to, I don't know, 500, which might be way too small, but say okay. And go back to foliage. So grab these three. Why does it paint differently on this one? Huh. Okay. Okay, let's go to selection mode. And then remesh everything. So we're learning. I'm learning as I go. I'm just playing around with the tools to see how things work. Except foliage. Feel. Super interesting. Let's delete it. What's weird is these mesh, it should stay within the bounds of the mesh, I would think. All right, so there's got to be a setting that I can use. Okay. Density, 100, radius, right, scaling, uniform, X. I don't know. I don't know. Man, my number is on all kinds of lists. It's like time for me to change my number, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about how this mesh gets, how this foliage gets placed on here. Let's try average normal and see what happens. No. Doesn't make a difference. Align to normal. No. Foliage instances will only be placed on surfaces sloping in the specified angle range from the horizontal. I wonder what this does. That's more like it. Collision with world is, I think, what I was looking for. But then I would have to go and set like a uniform scale. It's just, I don't understand why these patches are here. I think I know what it is. It's colliding. Collision with world enabled. And let's take this cesium data, invert it. Let's go ahead and save before we crash or something. And then fill this. Okay. That gives me much closer to what we're looking for. So density, let's say it's a 350 and see how much of a difference that makes. Because honestly, we can do some really high performance stuff. Although I'm not very much satisfied with the quality of this, I think this one might be way better. Now, if I can get the grass to have a considerable density, it's probably going to be too much, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I need to find my player and put him right here. All right, so I like that I'm figuring out how this works. Radius. Minimum distance between foliage instances is 0. So let's just go ahead and feel this and just do a play test to see what it looks like. See what it runs like also. Yeah, not sure what to think about the foliage yet. Oh man, that's probably way too much grass. From a distance, it looks nice. We're not going to see this working in. Well, you know what? I think part of the thing is foliage is set to high and not cinematic. Oh, okay. I don't think that has that much of a difference. Makes that much of a difference. Let's take a look one more time. No, it doesn't. But I think that's too much. So select. Basically, I can do a lasso and just grab all this if I wanted to delete it in the future. Okay, so that's good to know. So let's just go to selection mode. Grab this and find a different grass material. Let's see if we can use something that's a little bit darker to match this foliage. That's a lot. Likely too much, but you know, if we're talking doing architectural visualization, from a distance, I think that will look good. At the very least, it'll look good. And that's kind of the point of this, is to take a look in path tracing mode. I don't know if animated foliage works in path tracing mode, but we're about to find out. So I want to take just this scene and just, you know, we're talking about doing like landscaping type of stuff. Let's go into cinematic view. Well, I really don't need to be in cinematic if we're talking about doing path tracing, because it won't make a difference. But let's see if we can path trace this and what it looks like. All right, not that great. So maybe a different foliage, a different grass, static mesh would do better. But, you know, let's say if we move off in the distance, that's some very dark grass. If we look at that in the distance and then change our time of day, it's not terrible. A little spotty for my taste, a little spotty. Honestly, I think it looks better lit, just regular lit. This is bugging me. Whoa. I did not realize that this whole thing went down so low like that. What the hell? Maybe that would be the perfect place for a drain. Let's go modeling. Let's turn off our foliage actor and lattice edit this real quick. Let's give it a all in the details, baby. Excuse me. All right, so I'm glad to know that this is going to at least give me something that, like, I like the look and feel of this. Although I wish my grass was just a little bit lighter. And I think I could probably do that. I could probably make it lighter if I wanted to. Go foliage. Can we double click on it? And let's see. Deselect. Yeah, I'm going to have to. I think people would be interested in learning how to do this. But this is more high level and probably way more work than what the average person would be interested in. But let's just say that I get the rest of the site done. And I get this project to a point that. What's up with the photogrammetry? Did we. Let me just save everything real quick before we have any issues. I get this site done to the point that, like, all the landscaping around this building is finished and fantastic. Right? And it looks fantastic. 90? I put this up on YouTube or wherever else. And of course I can sell the environment if I wanted to. Why is cesium off right now? It's going to crash. I knew it! Cesium. God damn it. That's why we save before we do anything with cesium. I could monetize the project. But I think the quality at the end would be something that our architectural visualization people and people who use Unreal Engine would be interested in figuring out how to do. And it's an insane amount of work, but it's also an insane amount of quality. And it could be very useful for creating cinematic presentations. I'll go there. Cinematic presentations. Everything I just did in the last 30 minutes is probably not optimal for gameplay at all. But for the visual aesthetic and having something that just looks incredible is a great selling point to monetize and to do projects with architectural clients. And I think that is probably the approach that I am going to take with this project. Is I may provide the environment for download for purchase via Fab, for example, and use that to go and get arc visualization clients instead of just trying to do a bunch of like game related development. So a lot of what I've been doing in this stream is testing theories to see, all right, if I do X this way, will I get Y result? And we're mostly focused on like having a visual outcome. And I answer my own question. Yes, it's possible to do it that way. Is it the best way to do that particular thing? Maybe, maybe not. But in the future, I know exactly what method I would use to achieve a certain type of result now. I genuinely think that looks really good. So I'm going to stage this real quickly. Let me turn everything else off. Let's make sure these are not spatially loaded. Let's turn off our foliage actor for a minute. I think I can decrease the size of this UV to be 100. And just have a look at the site. So let's see if we can find some stoplight. Let's see. Let's go light, static mesh. Let's see what we got. traffic models. Smart road markings. Bear with me. I'm looking for static meshes that I can use to stage this sidewalk scene, so I can kind of make a scene out of it for rendering. Modular road, modular buildings, more doors, nanite trees. Maybe we have something in here. Stage this with a few trees in the scene, probably. Like, this isn't necessarily something that will represent the, you know, design and aesthetic of the building that we're supposed to be focused on, but I think this could be an interesting way to just kind of get started with deciding how to make this whole scene look alive. Here we go. What I'm tempted to do, and what I'll probably do actually, this is already saved, but we're going to save it as a new level. So save current level as, and we're going to call this level Crosstown Concourse. And we're going to delete every static mesh out of this scene that we don't need for this particular area. Perfect. So we're going to start cleaning this up and get rid of everything that we don't need for this particular part of the project. And this will help with performance. It'll help us load up really quickly. And since this is technically like a new series, curbs. This will help me keep the series a little more focused on this area. I realized I didn't turn my music back on. Okay. These temporary decals, ROH curbs, we can get rid of all of that. And performance is probably going to be way better, especially once I delete all of these trees. Very nice. Reminds me of when I modeled parts of NYC in SketchUp. Dude, modeling in SketchUp, I thought I was going to miss it. I thought I was going to miss. I thought that was going to be the answer to this whole project. And boy, was I wrong. I do want to keep a couple of these lamps, though. I want to move a couple of these lamps. Let's control copy. And then get rid of all of it. Boy, do I have a lot of stuff in here. Okay, what are these? Mesh roads. We can delete those. Lots. I can delete all of that. Planters. I have a lot of stuff. I'm going to keep those traffic lights for a second and traffic signs. I didn't realize I had some spatially loaded assets in here. I think I want to keep all the vehicles. Listen, bike. Okay. So let's go back. Oh man, yeah, that performance is going to be crazy. And just right click, edit, paste here. Electrical box, pedestrian traffic signs, Control X, right click, Edit, paste here. Now I can't tell how many assets we're looking at here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to say it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. We don't know what of this we're going to use yet, so we're just going to keep it all together. Lamps, foliage, signs. What is this sign? Oh, I can delete those. Trash bins. Yeah, we can delete those. Now vehicles. Save it real quick. Can we move these here? So let's take these two. X, apply to all, delete, right click, edit, and paste here. These cars. We don't need the airplanes in the sky right now, but I can keep that. I can keep that. That's fine. I can get rid of the helicopter and the ambulance. Where's it at? Okay, great. Can you make a playable game out of things you model in Twinmotion? I was trying to create a city in Unreal, but I'm having a hard time just making streets. Would it be easy if I tried it in Twinmotion to give me a guide, or does it not work like that? I think you can definitely bring any model over from Twinmotion into Unreal Engine, and I think there are a lot of architectural visualization people who do that. They do all their streets, curbs, roads, and everything in Twinmotion. So if you're satisfied with the roads that are in Twinmotion and the design of them and the fidelity, you can definitely bring that over to the engine. Let me go to, I think it's, let me see, YouTube. There is someone on YouTube who has a tutorial on how to move those assets over into Unreal. Let's see, Twinmotion, and it is VR Division. If you look up VR Division, there is a twin motion to Unreal Engine workflow video. I'm going to go ahead and just like paste that right here real quick. VR Division has several videos around twin motion. I don't use twin motion. I'm building a replica of a real city that, even though you can bring GIS data into twin motion or into Unreal Engine, it's not going to give you the level of fidelity and quality and accuracy in the design of those profiles, the curbs, sidewalks. It's not going to give you the exact layout, right? So I don't use twin motion. I've never used it before. And I design my meshes, my road and my curbs and my sidewalks and my lots, like all my parking lots. I design all of those by hand because the end result is like, if you look at this, the end result is 100% what I want it to be based on the real world. So I hope that helps you. I've asked those same questions myself to figure this out. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars trying to use existing plugins and tools to make this workflow easier and to accomplish the look and feel and the layout and design of these roads and curbs that I wanted. Even went so far as to like place my bet on City Build from World Build, and the prefab models just don't give me the flexibility that I need. No, so this is not twin motion. This is Unreal Engine, which, you know, Unreal and twin motion work hand in hand. But no, I'm doing all of this directly in Unreal using the built-in modeling tools so that I don't have to leave the program and deal with having to rescale objects, retexture, redo UVs, and I'm using Cesium plugin with Google's Earth photogrammetry as my foundation to be able to trace these profiles and curves and everything so that I can end up with this result. But no, definitely not using twin motion, although it might have, I don't know how helpful that would have been for me. Edit, paste here. I think it would have been much harder for me to accomplish what I was trying to do if I went from twin motion to Unreal. So just for the time being, I'm going to paste all these vehicles in the same place. Yeah. Okay. Just so I can get them all in one area. All right. Traffic lights, lamps. There's nothing foliage related over here yet. Static mesh props. So what are these? Stop lines. I can delete those. Delete. So no decals. So right now I'm cleaning up this project. I just duplicated the level so that I can delete everything from the medical district and focus on Crosstown Concourse building. And then every time I load this project up, I will know for a fact that I'm only loading geometry into this level. And then I can do level streaming or something to then bring this geometry into my main level, which I think is going to be a much better route to go. I saw that someone sent another comment. Give me a sec. I'll check. Just a sec. Oh man, that's a lot of stuff. Riverside Drive. Oh, okay, I see what's happening here. So I may be able to just grab all of this and delete it. Mulch seating. Yeah. So to keep this project running as smoothly as possible, branding. What are we talking about? Branding. See if I can delete all these folders. Great boxing, ROH. Can I delete these? Yes, I can. Static mesh path, static mesh props, VCAM. And hidden items. Okay. Okay, great. Now, we don't want these to be spatially loaded, but we also want to bring them here. There's a very good free road creation tool for Unity called Road Creator. Flexible. You can definitely adjust intersections and curves to fit real roads. Worth checking out. I think I've seen it. I think I've seen that one. It was not hard to get Cesium set up. Just go to YouTube, and that's what I did. Just went to YouTube to figure out how to set it up. But in the getting it geolocated, it's not hard either. Really, you just have to go into maps.google.com, right click on a area that you want to, let's say, start modeling from, get the lat and longitude, and inside of the Cesium plugin, once you set up an account and go through the whole tutorial to get it set up, you want to enter in the coordinates of the area that you want to start designing around. And my advice would be to position, let's say there's a building, your house or a restaurant or some building in the city that you want to start building your environment around. Get like the front door of that building and try to spatially place the Cesium data at the world origin in Unreal Engine, like at that front door. Right. So I did my old condo that was downtown, and I used that as the world origin. 000 inside of the engine is, let's see, let's invert Cesium. First, let me make sure all this is saved. Let me grab Cesium and invert it. So what do we got? Cesium tiles, cartographic polygon, invert. Once you have Cesium loaded, like, you want to pick a world, your world origin should be kind of the center of focus for where you want your character's gameplay to start, right? For me, I went downtown and I found my condo, which is here. or was. So this third floor of this building was my condo. If I hide everything, well, I guess I got to keep game mode on. So let me turn this off. You can see there's assets here at the world origin at 000. So my character's gameplay was supposed to start basically right there out at the street in front of that building. So I geo-referenced the coordinates for my house, and I spatially like placed all of the cesium data to sit my front door at the Unreal Engine world coordinates, if that makes sense, which I think it does. And then I started building around the photogrammetry in what I call hero scenes or hero buildings. So the buildings that I want to have the absolute most detail for the demo, I started focusing on those, which I just deleted from this level. I just saved a new level. And I think that's what I'm going to do moving forward is I'll have a master level, and then I'll have all these different levels for different locations. So Bass Pro Shop will have its own level, and all the photogrammetry will be spatially similar in every level, right? It's all going to be positioned in the same place. And for the Bass Pro Shops level, I'll design the entire pyramid as well as the entire lot that's owned by Bass Pro, like probably up to like from here all the way up to about here, I think, maybe to like right here, or to here, because this is really the drive that leads you to the Bass Pro building, right? And then I'll put that all in one level. I'll do the same for any other major building that I want to include. Let's say the Redbird Stadium. So now I've just isolated Central Station. So if I turn off the photogrammetry, I'm going to spend the next month or so building around the Central Station and keep all of this in just this project, so that when I pack it into a level, I can load those levels during gameplay so that the player has a seamless like open world. But, you know, trying to use these same tools, like I'm not really good with Blender, for example. I've never used Unity before. And the way that Unreal Engine works and allows for me to actually build everything together, it would be really hard for me to go and do this in Unity and then go through the process of trying to convert it over to be used into Unreal Engine and have it all spatially referenced the same, right? So I've found that even though I can go and pull in other tools and use LiDAR scanning and photogrammetry and design stuff in SketchUp and these other programs much easier, when it comes to appropriately scaling that, bringing it into the environment and having it all oriented and rotated all the, you know, the appropriate way, it ends up costing me 10 times more work. Because again, the world cesium can either be set up to where it's placed in a sphere, I think, a spherical format, or it can be placed on a flat plane, I believe. So when you go into different programs and you bring that information into cesium and you're on a different part of like the world, you realize that there is this orientation shift and scale shift that needs to be accounted for. And then trying to scale and orient all of those objects all at once, it's just like, all right, I'm just going to stick to doing it in the engine. That way I can also simultaneously work on gameplay mechanics, work with decals, work with materials, work with UVs. I found it to be much faster process to go from concept to actually having an end product. that could be packaged into a game. So I've not used Unity a single time in my life yet. I don't think I will. I just love how Unreal Engine handles some of these processes. All right, what do we have here? What are these? Differences. This has to be the Bass Pro Pyramid. Yep, it is. Which I'm going to delete. So this one I did in SketchUp. I actually did the whole Bass Pro in SketchUp. All right, let's pray that we didn't delete anything that was in my project over here, which I don't think I did. Everything seems to be all right. So data, hidden. Let's close that. No static mesh, props. And let's turn foliage off. Really, I can delete the foliage since I now have an idea of how it works. For performance sakes, I don't need it in the scene. When you brought the map in from Cesium, did it create a landscapes? No landscape. Nope. Did it create a landscape size already? No. So the entire, all of Cesium is already at 1:1 scale. So when you bring it in, the Cesium tiles and the landscape that's kind of built into the 3D geometry of the Cesium tiles is already there. But I did download some landscape data to import into an older version of this project. But I'm not using landscapes at all at the moment. Until I get over to like the downtown to Riverside where, you know, the river goes under the bridge, I think I'll only use a landscape for anywhere there's water. But all of this is going to be geometry. I've got custom roads that I've added to splines. So these roads are made with the spline tool. And I've got this big whatever you call it. I've got this big cylinder. Well, it's not even a cylinder. It's like this big circle plane that I've added underneath the map so that if I were to hide the Cesium info, I wouldn't be looking at the sky, right? And anywhere there's a hole in the Cesium data, I don't want to see the blue sky underneath. So I'll just put a disk under there. But no, everything is going to be geometry. So I'm using splines. Basically, you can take the spline tool, go to modeling mode, create, draw spline, and you can either do like a click and point to create a spline, or click and drag to create curves and edges. Or you can do a free draw, which, you know, let's say I turn on the photogrammetry. Let's save this real quick. And I just want to, you got to be careful with this because these spline points will attach to any normal face, like any normal or surface that might be sticking up out of the ground. I'll close that loop. So I just draw a spline, hit accept. Let's move that spline up. I'll go to create and then mesh spline. And like this is how I'm creating all of my landscape, because I want it to be geometry. You can't, and the problem that I've faced when using an actual landscape is that there were areas that I either wanted to put a hole in the landscape, and I know you can do vertex painting to paint a like transparency layer to create a hole in the landscape. Like let's say you wanted to make a tunnel underground, or you had this steep stair set going down into the basement of a building. The landscape resolution was never high enough, and if it was, you would need like a 96 gig, RTX Pro 6000, $10,000 GPU to be able to handle a landscape at that resolution and scale of a full city. Like you need a lot of VRAM in order to process really, really high resolution landscape to be able to vertex paint the transparency to such detail that you can cut out a single like stair set out of the landscape to then allow the player to walk down underground. So because you couldn't get such high quality triangles inside of the landscape at that scale in certain places, I was like, I needed to find a way to convert the landscape to a static mesh. And the only real way to do that is to paint the landscape with gray values, black and white, based on the height, use some procedural tool to paint it, export that information, go into another program, import that data, and create a mesh in another program only to import it back and then have an issue with like vertical scaling of the grayscale data if the resolution is high enough. It was too much. So now I'm using splines to just create the land coverage piece by piece. That way I can kind of section out where I want the sidewalk to be, where I want the grass to be. And of course you can bring a landscape in and then use procedural generation tools to just merge the height of the landscape to those splines. And you could potentially do some cutting of the landscape with those tools, like a Boolean operation, but it was just way too much. And I was more focused on getting an idea and concept to market faster so that I can get investors and the city like to see what was being worked on. So I created what I could using static meshes, and then I created a video, which you can find on Reddit, and I'll type that in the chat. Memphis, reddit.com/r/Memphis Metaverse. And I don't think that comment got sent over to Facebook. There's a video pinned at the top. You kind of have to find it. It's in the top, not right there in the main posts, but above the main posts, there's a progress video. You'll have to click into it for the video to pop up. But I created that and posted it to Reddit, posted it to Facebook, posted it a couple other places. And I had the news reach out to me, which then put me in front of an architectural firm here in town who wanted to then hire me to use the project for visualizing some of their developments, which then also put me in front of an investor who asked me like, hey, what can you do with this much money? How much money is going to help you kind of get to the next part of this project? So I say all of that to say, like, there are a lot of tools built into Unreal Engine or third-party tools that you can download to kind of get a concept out there. But if you want higher visual fidelity and control, you're better off designing your own tools based on like the environment you're trying to create. Since I'm doing Memphis, Tennessee, I've realized there's no such thing as like a flat grade. There's no such thing as a lot in this city that doesn't have a significant grade change. What I mean is from this curb, from this corner of the curb to this corner of the curb, I can guarantee you that the elevation shifts significantly, right? So when most video game design resources, tools, plugins that you can download don't take into account that one, roads curve and the roads are higher in the center and lower near the curb where the water would drain off the center of the road into the curb and then down the curb into some drainage point. And also, they don't take into account that from one intersection to the next, you're 9 times out of 10 going to be at a different elevation at damn near every intersection in the city. So I don't know about like Chicago and New York. I think there are more flat-ish lots because it's kind of built in a grid system, because it's more like man-made island. But Memphis, Tennessee, these are 100-year-old buildings built on, on top of flood level, whereas there are basements where there used to be buildings. The street is at like the height of a 1 or 2 story building based on where the elevation used to be, because they had to build on top of the flood level in the city. So the elevation and grade change here is crazy, which means when I did have road building tools activated and I tried to use those tools to draw my road systems, the grade change and elevation change created so many issues with the plugins, whereas most of those tools also don't take into account when you drive up the ramp on like a freeway. I forget what it's called, but the road starts to tilt. If you're taking a right turn going up a ramp onto the freeway, the road is going to tilt to the right, so that, if you're in a big box truck or a semi, your truck doesn't tip over to the left and like you don't roll your truck over. So many of the road building tools are designed under the assumption that most people are just going to be making video games on somewhat flat surfaces and it's going to be like a linear experience. When I discovered that all of those issues needed to be solved somehow, and there were no settings in most of those tools to account for those real world changes, I ended up deciding to go and use my own meshes and splines. And although I can build the entire, and I've already done this, I think if you look at some of my much older videos, I used City Build to build a road system that went from, let's say, I think about from here all the way down to like here. And I had all the lots like kind of plotted and converted all the lots into static meshes. But I then couldn't go back and then add the fine detail to then make these custom curbs and sidewalks and these custom changes to each of, like, I couldn't do all of that. So I was just like, fuck it. I deleted everything and I said, okay, although I could make all those roads much faster and it'll give me at least the basic layout, I didn't want something that just looked like Memphis. I wanted an exact replica of every detail. So now my goal is to create hero buildings, and I think I'm going to do 10 buildings over the next 12 months, to where I not only have the exterior of the building with some interior floors and windows and doors on the outside, but I also have all the landscaping, all the parking garages, street parking and street markings for those 10 areas. And I can give players a demo experience to where they can kind of drive to and from or teleport to these different hero buildings and just kind of visualize them, like look at them, walk around them. No real gameplay, no multiplayer or anything like that yet. Doing that is going to put me in position to have some of these larger businesses here in the city say, we want to be included in this. We want you to incorporate some gameplay in your overall project to where we have some brand recognition. They can see the exterior, our branding. They can walk around the building, go in certain parts of the building, but also potentially they can get virtual jobs, or have these virtual events, kind of like Fortnite did with Travis Scott with astronomical event. We can host virtual events in your game and help drive awareness not only to kids, but to people all over the world that these experiences can happen in real life if you book a trip to Memphis. So kind of taking the marketing and tourism perspective, but instead of me spending money to beg Lamborghini to let me put one of their IPs in my game, I'm focused on local businesses first and letting them pay me to have their naming rights in my game so that I can monetize like the product and brand placement to help fund the game. That way, those bigger businesses might then come and say, hey, we see that you have 100, 150, 200 local businesses on board. We have 30 Domino's pizzas in Memphis and would love to be a part of this. How can we partner? I say, well, every local business has paid for their naming rights. Since you're a corporate brand, I would imagine you can handle doing the same. What that means is you pay to have your business in this game versus the traditional route of me paying for the IP. You get naming rights, basically brand awareness, and the actual physical location of your business in Memphis is going to be included in here. So if someone's playing this on Facebook and Twitch the same way they do Grand Theft Auto, kind of a second life, hanging out with their friends digitally, every time they go to your business in the game, it further imprints in their mind exactly where that restaurant is in real life. So the next time they go driving around the city, they'll be like, oh shit, like I know that there's a Domino's on this street because I've been playing in this game for 2 years. I know that there's a music venue around this corner because I've been going to virtual events at that venue for 2 years. And that's really the concept I'm going for, to have it both be this consumer grade video game, but also this enterprise grade platform where real businesses can use it for marketing to like the next generation of kids who are either going to visit here, grow up here, work here, play here, or build here, right? So, I've get a lot of pushback like, oh, that's not a digital twin. The digital twin is X, Y, and Z, is this and that. I'm like, I'm the moderator for the digital twin subreddit. I know what a digital twin is. Eventually, the goal is to have all that data incorporated into this game to where if you're looking for parking, you can open up a version of this game and be able to see where all the cars are parked in real life with IoT technology, with sensors in the parking spaces around the city. So that being said, this is also supposed to be used for smart city planning and helping these local organizations, Downtown Memphis Commission, for example, be able to make more informed decisions and then use the game to pitch new developments and new changes to the city to the public. And in order for them to be able to see that vision, I have to make some of these hero places as accurate to real life as possible so the funding can make sense. It's like, what are you going to use this $1 million for? Well, what we're going to do is, get some LiDAR scans done, hire a team of architects and creators, to come in here and help me build out the rest of the environment to these standards. I need to figure out, are there light poles here? But, you know, I don't mean to just go on a spiel of just, you know, yapping. But I think to better contextualize what I'm doing and why I'm putting so much emphasis on this seemingly unnecessarily, I figured maybe that can give insight as to why I'm working so hard to create the assets at this fidelity without using tools that are kind of optimized for this type of workflow. So I have all the other software, and I could very easily just go and create roads and buildings in software designed for creating roads and buildings. But then it sets me back months worth, because then I have to go through the daunting task of trying to find out what the workflow is of getting that data from those programs to the engine, and then ending up with the same result in visual fidelity. This is not the same light pole, and I don't care. We're going to keep using my light poles. And I'm just going to stage this island, I guess you can call it. I'm going to stage this island. The hell is that? That little ball that's right there. And make it look really nice. And then use this as kind of my reference for how I'm going to build everything else around this, the Crosstown site. So all of this was meant to be a challenge for me to see what is it actually going to take for me to make something that I am proud of, that looks good for curb and sidewalk design, right? Man, this stuff is so fun. I think there is only one crosswalk thing. So let me copy the location of that, delete it, grab this one, paste it, rotate it. Once you know the tools, the rest is freaking history, dude. Once you understand how these tools work, you can damn near do anything. I need this shorter pole, so let me copy the location of this one, delete it, and paste. I know sometimes a lot of people do like way too much work. And I've learned it's actually way more simple than we make it. Let's figure out where that's at. It's about right there. And it's going to be facing here, it looks like. Honestly, I don't think it matters how that is angled, but Let's just make it like halfway accurate, right? Let's at least get it kind of similar. We're missing a one-way sign. And this, I think, needs to be flipped. Let's see if there's another one in our content browser. Yeah, I don't think we can flip it. Okay. Can I change the graphic in there? Let's go to the static mesh and see what we're dealing with here. It's probably just one material. Oh, so we can switch it then, yeah? How do we do that? How do we do that? How we do that though? I did not create these assets. So one of the things that I do to save time is I purchase or download free assets or available assets that have many, or, you know, packs and environments that come equipped with a lot of these assets in them. And then I migrate the assets that I want to use into this project. Usually I'll migrate the entire project and all the assets from those projects in packs into my environment. And then when I finish building my environment, I'll use a project cleaner tool to delete all the assets that I have not touched in the content browser to reduce the size of the whole project. So this one, I believe, came from, let's see. This one came from American City Packs. So never design anything you don't have to design, because somebody somewhere has already designed it. Now, nobody's designed Memphis, Tennessee, which is why I feel this is a very valuable asset to create, because then when someone else says they want to use it for virtual production for some Marvel movie or commercial or music video, guess who they're going to have to go to get the asset? Me. It's like, yeah, we want Spider-Man to swing from the city, from the buildings. It's like, yeah, no major movie has been filmed in Memphis primarily because nobody's built Memphis in 3D. But I can guarantee you, if you want to get a truck, a train, stop sign, a certain type of window, door, it's so many 3D models on the internet. But find a big pack that you can spend like $200 on that has a bunch of assets kind of built into it, and then just rip those assets from those environments and pull them into your scene. I used to design my own assets, but I've found it to be a waste of time now. So I'm trying to figure out, let me just go to material. Traffic light material graph. There has to be some sort of way that I can switch. Base color, normal, emissive. Oh, wait, it could be in there. Could be in the emissive somewhere. So lerp AB value 1 if A plus B, A minus B. I don't even know what this is telling me. But I do know there's got to be something here that I can switch on and off. So what happens if we change this from 0 to 1? Oh, your boy's a fucking genius. Your boy's a genius. Global scalar parameter values. That doesn't tell me shit. I don't know what the fuck that means. But I knew that if I switch this phase from 0 to 1, it could potentially change my which part of this material would be emissive. Everything is figure outable. You just gotta try shit. Why I wanted to change that is because in the Google Earth view, it's set to stop. So I wonder if I can switch this phase as well. Let me go to the traffic light. And there we go. So these settings can be used to create procedural traffic lights to where they automate and they interact and coordinate with each other. I ain't getting into all that. But I do want, if someone decides to purchase this project or download the demo and then they go into the street view, Google Earth, I want everything to be in the exact same place and kind of look similar. And this is a learning process for us because we have no idea what we're doing until we press the right button and it works. That's kind of my philosophy for all of this. I don't have a clue what I'm doing until it works. Once you have some more course, we have to watch in case we're okay to go to a concert, so I'm headed there. I can get in tomorrow, surely more early now. I'll try to focus, thank you for one, because which days nights, for the kids, and Friday, because it days up to you, and you can see. Let's see, I'm getting him on. Okay, right click, transform, mirror X, and rotate it. It is what it is. I wonder if I can rotate the material. Oh, excuse me. Can I do that for this particular mesh? Can I go into modeling mode, convert this model, and edit materials? Let's do a angle filtered. And this is very much not necessary, but I just want to, like, as I find these things, since I'm creating kind of a hero scene here, which I will use to like kind of render and post something in the next couple of days. Let's see, clear. I'm going to post the side by side of the Google Street View and this, and I want it to be almost exact. You know what? I usually don't have any idea how to do any of this stuff, how to change any of it until I press the right button. Y'all just got lucky because Normally that would have been a 30-minute thing for me. And it's like, while I don't necessarily need to figure all this stuff out, like I could just be building the scene. When something's on my mind and I have the question, how would I do that? How would I do this? I like to go ahead and figure it out instead of trying to move on to the next thing and come back to it. Because once I figure it out, I solve my problems immediately. I can have peace of mind and I won't forget to go back and do it later. So let's see if we can actually, I didn't need to duplicate that, but let's cancel. What I was supposed to duplicate instead was the material instance. So let's search for this. Let's right click, duplicate. MI traffic light flipped. Save it. Let's apply that to this and then go into that material. And let's see if we have the option to flip that material. And if not, the best thing to do at that point would just be to create a new or a duplicate texture that goes into the material slot, possibly. How would I do that? Double click on this. Actually, no. Search for that. And it's not a material instance, it's a material. Right click. I'm going to duplicate this as well. Flipped. Save it. Double click on it. And I'm just testing this theory to see if this is something that might actually work, and it could require a lot of work. But let's search for this and see what we got here. This is probably extremely unnecessary. Let's search for that. 1, 2. Yeah, I know exactly what I need to do, but I think it's gonna be a little too much unnecessary work for doing it on the stream. It's not that big of a deal. Let me think of something really quick. Something that I could do to mitigate this is, let's take this model. Let's duplicate it again. Copy paste. Convert it into a new model. Transform, mirror it again. Okay, let's grab the rotation of this one and paste it here so that they can be side by side. On this one, I'll do a polygroup edit, or let's see if we can paint polygroups. Let's see, where is that at? Paint polygroups. Brush. guess I gotta make it tiny then. Can anybody that's watching post in the comments what they think I'm about to do to flip this texture around? I'm really curious if anybody knows what I'm about to do. So polygroup edit, grab this, invert selection, delete, accept. Polygroup edit, grab this, delete, accept. Go into 3D snapping helper. I think maybe this is going to work. I don't know. I can't tell if this has any geometry in it or any vertices that I can select. Oh, there's one. There's two. So let's turn this static mesh props vehicles off. And the grass. Let's turn these curbs and stuff off. To give us less to work with, let's grab this vertice and pull it over here. And then I can grab these, go back to modeling mode, and merge, accept. So this city pack did not give us the mirror version of this, so I just had to create it some way. And I ended up creating more materials than I needed. Like I duplicated a material and I didn't have to do that. Okay, that's it. 6 different ways to do that. I tried like 3 of them and canceled what I just tried to do. And I was just like, oh, I got it. I know what to do. So then I can go back to this and go into the material. And I still have the ability now to change the phase from 1 to 0. And it all still is going to work. Oh. Beautiful. Okay, so now where we left off. Let me save before we get a crash, because I know that should be happening by random. Technically, you'd want to be able to see that from here, so let's just rotate it. So that these people crossing can see. And from the street, I think that street light would be for this road, right? So let me go back here. Yes. That street light is for this road. I'm not going to do all the other big street lights just yet, but yeah, that's accurate. Rotate it just a little bit. Hell yeah. Maybe rotate this just a hair. Oh, I got to change the pivot back. Whoopsies. Edit pivot. First, let's put it right there. Let's get it to be about in the center. And I think that should just about be in the center. At least there, and there it is. Okay, now I'll take the position of this. Guess we're about to find out. And paste it there. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Well, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. And just move it back up into place. And that's world building 101. World building 101. Now, the more that you do stuff like this, hey Tangle, the more that you add little tiny details, the better at the end of the day your whole project is going to look. Now, I'm creating this is going to be a hero sidewalk, even though this is a weird sidewalk to kind of focus my attention on. This was used to kind of just practice. And I'm probably going to do this building up here too. Like, if I know you can hardly see this, but this is the sidewalk we're doing right now. And after I finish doing that building and the parking garage, I will get like just a minimal version of this Blue Cross Blue Shield building and this CrossFit building, as well as Flipside, which is right here. Fun fact, if you go to my website, you'll see that I designed the website for this restaurant, as well as did some of the branding. So one of my websites, yes, I'm making a city, is www.growmemphis.agency. And Flipside is one of my clients. So I'm probably going to make the inside of this building, which I'll just pull it up real quick. Flipsidememphis.com. And it's a pinball bar. These are my buildings. If you go to the Flipside's Instagram account, I mean, not my buildings, my posts. I think my name is on this. Yeah, 901 Coriolis. There I am. Yeah, so the first 3 posts on their Instagram are mine. But fun fact, I will be including that in the project for sure. But I thought this would be a good starting point to bring some detail into the project. Even though we're using green grass, I'm going to add some trees and a little hill to this grass. Let's see if we can find a one-way sign in my content browser. If there's a regular one. Here's one. Can't tell if it's Yeah, that one was gonna work. SM one way, SM one way 2. Okay. Although I may need to create a custom sign for that yield on flashing arrow. I don't like the fact that this is two-sided. And I'm not a big fan of the quality of this sign, but let's work with what we got. Let's edit materials. Let's make it metal. So let's grab this metal and assign active material. Accept. And let's see how well you can see that from here. If you're driving, you can barely see it. UE5, yes, I'm on 5.5. 5.5. I refuse to keep upgrading for features. All right. Bike lane. I think we can just, let's see if we can find another pole. Search. How much time will it take to finish this project? There's no telling. I'm honestly, right now, my primary focus is just creating a scene. This particular section might take me 60 days. I'm about to go pick up my son here soon, though, from his mom, and I won't be working on this project as frequently, so it could take me a little bit longer. But I believe that it may take me 60 days at the most to just do this this area. Let's see, bike lane. If I push this in here, it'll at least help me figure out what the rotation needs to be, and then I can move it back out. I think I want that to be a little higher. Okay, so let's use our truck as a reference here. That's pretty accurate. Okay. Nice work. Thank you. I will make the whole city. Yes. And let's see, I've been making things look easy. Can't wait to see the streets and materials. Okay, so I'll do a quick tutorial on the street. Download Spline Tool Pro if you want custom streets, that is. If this level of quality and detail is not that important to you, I do suggest trying out one of the existing street building tools. If you want totally custom roads built from scratch, what you do is you download Spline Tool Pro, and let me save this first. You're going to create a rectangle. So I'll go here. It doesn't matter the size. Let's just hit accept. And I'm going to paint that rectangle white. So I'm going to grab my AV plastic material. Well, you know what? This is not a bad idea either. I'll keep this white instead. Okay. I've got a rectangle. I'm going to scale it. If I use cesium as my reference, I'll bring that rectangle over the road. And usually I'll create about 3 or 4 of these depending on the type of road I'm trying to replicate. Bring that rectangle to the center of the road and scale it to about a little bit past the length of the road to where it kind of intersects with the sidewalks, right? Let's rotate that a little bit. Actually, I'm going to keep the rotation as it is since I brought it in here. So I'm going to keep the rotation where it was. Okay. I believe I will have to, let's see, edit the pivot and rotate the pivot 45 degrees on the red axis. So 1, 2, accept. And then I'll go to deform, warp. Let's see if this is going to work how we want it to. Can I rotate it this way? Let me undo all of what I just did real quick and see. Control Y, warp. Oh, okay, no, it's already on the correct axes. So we want the red axes, which is X. It looks like the green axis maybe needs to be forward facing, right? So if my road were to go this way, I think we'd want that on the green axis. Now I'll go into polygroup edit. Okay, and then I'll insert edge loop. I'll set it to even, and then we'll set it to, let's say, 25. And that'll create 25 lines here. Now I'll do let's say 6, or let's do 4. And let's see if we can get away with, maybe 6 would be better. 6 loops, and then we'll do them here. And then done. Now, if I just go and select all of that, you'll be able to see that this is subdivided into little rectangles. Very important. All right, so I inserted some edge loops. I'll hit accept. I'll go to deform and warp. Now, this warp can't happen if there are no edge loops. Let's change the bend downwards. Let's try -4 and see what that looks like. That might be good. That might be too much. I think -4 is good for this mesh. So as you can see, it has curvature, and it's using those edge loops to define the curvature. Okay, so all built-in tools except, and let me go into bake transform, except, and the pivot should already be centered. So this is how I'm building roads. My graphics card A6000, RTX A6000, 40 something gigs, I think. Spline Tool Pro, yes. So now that I've created this road, I can go into the Spline Tool Pro folder. It's fine, Spline Tool Pro, and then click on the open up the splines folder, and then drag the Spline Tool Pro blueprint class into the scene. Rotate it. And what I normally would do is I'll bring that whole mesh, the whole spline, back to, let's say right now, to the intersection here. Let's pull it up, press end on the keyboard to drop it back down to the floor. It's kind of centered. All right, let's grab this end spline point, zoom all the way out, and then drag it to the end of the street. Press F to go up on it, pull it out of the ground, and then press end again. Now it's aligned with the ground. I need to now align it to the center of the street. And then we need to add some resolution, which means add more spline points. So I'll hold down Alt I'll click on the first spline point, hold down Alt and drag it out just a little bit, hold Alt again, drag it again, keep Alt, let go of the mouse button, drag it again. So now I'm creating multiple spline points along this road. Now, it's up to you how much of a resolution you use. The higher, the better, because the more accuracy you'll have, but it'll also take more time. And you want more resolution because there's curvature and grade change in the height of the road, and you want to take into account for that. If I just had two spline points at the beginning and the end, when I place my mesh on the spline, it'll be one straight road, which might be what you want. I'm going to pull this spline point up and then press end on the keyboard, and I'll go down to each spline and do the same thing to make sure that that spline point is flush with the height of the road. And we want it to be, the reason we did two spline points at the beginning and the end of this entire road is so that we can guarantee that when we add more spline points in between the two beginning and end spline points, that each one of them automatically ends up in the center of the road, unless the road has curvature. At that point, once I've added the amount of resolution and detail that I want to that spline, I can click out of the spline, like click something else in the scene, go back and click that spline again, or inside of my details panel, typically when you're editing the spline points, you're going to be inside of the spline section of this blueprint. You want to go back and click on the Spline Tool Pro self, and then we're going to scroll down until we find mesh on spline index numbers, and we're going to disable that. I'll keep it enabled right now so that you can see what that does when it's enabled. Then we're going to scroll down to mesh on spline, and let me drag this out of the screen for a second. Let's go find my little road, wherever that went, mesh that I created, which is here. And in the details panel for the mesh, I'm going to hit the search icon to browse to that in my content browser. And then I'll go back to that spline that I created. We're going to click on it. And then under the mesh on spline dropdown, the accordion, there's a standard static mesh option that you can just now press the left arrow to use the selected asset from the content browser on this spline. But then you want to check the checkbox above that to activate that mesh on the spline. As you can see, two things happen. One, I've got these numbers that tell me where each mesh gets populated on the spline. Two, my mesh is rotated 90 degrees in the wrong direction. So if I go back to the mesh that I brought into the scene that I created, I can go edit pivot, turn on my 45-degree angle snap, and just rotate it 90 degrees, or 90 degrees, and then hit accept. And when you change the pivot, the rotation of the pivot, it'll automatically update that mesh on my spline. And as you can see, this spline, this mesh has curvature to account for, rainfall typically. And there's mesh number 1, number 2, number 3. The good thing about this, though, is the subdivision we did at the very beginning now should allow for me to take that spline let me let it load for a second and curve it. So if there's no subdivision, this curvature can't happen. High detail curvature. So it's easiest to draw the spline with the mesh deactivated. So in the details panel, go back to the blueprint, deactivate the mesh, and then draw your spline as you would like, because it's going to be a higher performance to draw the spline. The alternative would be, if you want to at least visualize what you're doing, is to create another mesh at the same scale, and then don't subdivide it. And if you do subdivide it just one time. So let me just show you what I mean. If you want a more performant placeholder, we're going to create a rectangle. I'm going to disable the option to, actually it doesn't matter. I'm going to place this rectangle, hit accept, and then I will go back to in my favorites, and I recommend you looking into this as well. Let me increase my screen size real quick. These are my favorites. If you can screenshot this really quick, if you're in Windows, just hit the Windows key and then type snipping tool, and then you should be able to take a screenshot of this really quick. So go ahead and take a screenshot of this, or take a picture with your phone. These are my favorites in my modeling mode. You can right click something and add it to favorites or remove it to favorites. But beware, what order you add these to favorites in, they're going to show up in this favorites panel. So maybe consider what order you want these to be in, and then add them to the favorites in those orders so they can be more organized. Something I want to go back and do at some point. Haven't done it yet. But inside of my favorites, I have polygroup edit and box, which are like the top two tools that I use to build my entire environment. Box, polygroup edit. What you should know though is that when you create an asset using modeling mode like a box, and then you duplicate that box in the engine, it won't duplicate the box, it'll duplicate the instance. So I'll just show you what I mean. Let me first show you what you need to do though to create an optimized version of this. So we grab a rectangle, we're going to polygroup edit it, and I'll just grab this line and I'll use the red angle gizmo to like grab it so that I can move it along both the blue and the green axes at the same time. And I'll hold control. We're going to lock it to that edge. We're going to grab this other edge and do the same thing. Hold control, lock it to that edge. And it doesn't matter if it's aligned this way because the rectangle is the same size. And I can just grab the whole face and just move it up, right? And then we're going to do insert an edge loop, but this time we're only going to insert one edge loop. So I can go to even and type 1 on the keyboard in there and press enter, or I can just set it to proportion offset, or actually no, even is what we want. And then put an edge loop right there in the middle. And then cut those two halves in half again. But before I do that, let me undo those last two. We're going to hit enter and then grab this line, this edge, and then move it up to give it like just a tiny little triangle, right? So real quick, let me grab these two edges, move them down, hold control, and align them to that mesh right there. Grab this middle edge. Probably be easiest if I just grab both these faces and move it down like this instead. Let's get it about right there. And then align these edges at the same height as those edges there. Okay. Let's grab all of that, move it up. Now you have one subdivision and you can barely see it, but basically it's like a triangle instead of a curve. And then there are no subdivisions on this side, right? So we're going to save this. We're going to hit accept and edit pivot. Whoops. Edit pivot, center, accept. And it looks like we need the red axis pointing forward. So we'll do the same thing here, edit pivot and rotate it, accept. Let's see, this pivot is on this gizmo is sitting on the surface at the top of this mesh. So we need to edit the pivot on this mesh and then do top and then hit accept. Great. So we've created our simplified optimal version for performance. If I were to duplicate this and then go polygroup edit, grab a face and extrude it and hit enter, accept, it will automatically update the other parent model which it's referencing, because this is an instance, not a duplicate of the actual mesh in the content browser. So something to consider, I also added to my favorites the convert tool, right? So I can click on the static mesh, press convert, press accept. Now if I do a polygroup edit and make any kind of modifications and accept, it won't affect the other mesh, because now this is a mesh that's inside of my content browser that got converted to a new mesh, right? So something to remember when you're building your environments. that every static mesh has to be unique if you're going to polygroup edit. If I go back to my spline, well, first let me go to this mesh, and we're going to click on search for the static mesh in the content browser. In the content browser, I'm going to click on it once to rename it. Click on the name, and we'll call this residential underscore road. Just residential underscore road. We're going to click on this other one, browse to it in the content browser, click on the name of it once, and we're going to name this residential road underscore simple or simplified. So I click on this spline, and I go back and I activate the mesh, and you see how it's curved. It looks beautiful. But when I want to go and manipulate the mesh, oh, it takes forever. And my computer, my graphics card starts acting a little crazy. It winds up. All right, so I go back to the Spline Tool Pro blueprint hierarchy. From spline to the hierarchy. I go down to the static mesh and I click on browse. And then what I'll do is, since the names of these two meshes are similar, they should be right next to each other. We got residential road simplified. I'm going to click on residential road simplified and then use that selected asset. Now, what you might notice, and it might be a little harder to see, is that these edges are no longer curved. They're straight edges, so there's no subdivision. Okay. What I'll do really quick, though, is I'm going to take that spline and I'm going to duplicate it. Hold down Alt. And let's just drag it this way to the left. Give it a second to process. Because as you can see, this is 400 plus instances of the exact same static mesh. All right, so let me go to static mesh. Let's browse. Let's get the high quality version. Paste it in there, and it has curvature. It looks great. It's high poly. Therefore, if I go into lit triangles, lit wireframe, I mean, you'll see there's so much more detail in this road than there is in this road. So the cost, the performance cost of manipulating this is so much less than trying to manipulate the spline while previewing at the same time. All right, as you can see the difference in density in triangles. As all, as a good rule of thumb though, if you don't need the spline to be activated, you can always turn off mesh on spline and then manipulate that spline freely without having to have your GPU process that information. So a lot to take in, but you can definitely come back and reference this video when you need to create custom assets for your scene. Now, another way that I can further kind of optimize this for performance is, and maybe this will work, we're about to find out. Let me go ahead and activate that really quick. I'm going to go back to that mesh and let's scale both of them along the x-axis. So let's do, in the details panel, unlock the constraint for scale. And then on the x-axis, I'm going to set this to, let's try 3. Let's do 4. I'll do the same for this one, 4. And then I'll go into my favorites in modeling mode, and I think it's in favorites. I might not have it in favorites. Let's go to Xform, Bake Transform, and then accept. Uh-oh. I baked it the wrong way, I think. Let's undo. Okay, so bake transform, apply LEDs, bake rotation. It should have baked the rotation. Bake rotation scale. Let me see if bake rotation change it. If I unselect that, if this is going to do it appropriately. I don't know. It's hard to tell. So I'm going to bake transform, accept. And I'll do the same for this one. Bake transform, accept. Now I think what should happen now, let me go back to my spline. And let's turn this off and back on and see. Okay, yeah. So if you turn it off and turn it back on, as you can see, let's undo. I wonder if you, I guess I can't undo it. But let me go back to the beginning of this spline right here. And on the screen, you can see now I have 0, 1, and 2. That means I have, it's showing 3 meshes in this short distance. Let me go to this and turn it off and then turn it back on, and it'll automatically update the transform that I made to stretch that mesh, which means fewer triangles now are going to populate along the mesh because I made the mesh longer. And that can help with performance as well. So if I go to the end of this, now it looks even more jagged. So as you're editing, you want to use this proxy mesh, and then later you can come back and replace the proxy mesh with the high quality mesh when you're ready for like production, when you're ready to use it in the production. What that does is when you're driving on this road, it'll use the complex triangles as the collision as well. It'll automatically generate collision. When you're using the proxy mesh, you only have, 2 to 4 triangles per mesh for the car or character to collide on. So in the event that you have a lot of bending and like hills, so let me grab this and pull it up like that. In the event that you have a bunch of hills, you're going to have a lot more resolution in the final mesh to where your collision, let's say you have a ball game and you've got a ball rolling on this thing, the more resolution, or a roller coaster or whatever else you can think of, the higher the resolution in the end, the better your collision is going to be, and the more visually appealing that road is going to look, as well as sidewalks and other things you can populate along a spline. So I've created curves and sidewalks, and I use the same method to simplify the design of those curbs and sidewalks to six faces. Each face technically should have 2 triangles, right? So one square face will have 2 triangles because everything is triangulated in Unreal Engine. So if I needed to create a curb, I'll create a simple small curb with 6 faces, top, bottom, left, right, and then the 2 sides. And I'll use that as I draw my spline if I want to visualize where the curb is going to be and have a quick, be able to make edits quickly in the engine and see results faster. And then when I'm done making those edits, I'll replace that 6-face curb mesh with a mesh that has a lot of subdivisions in it, so that it can then show the curvature around any angles and corners that I've created. You know, so with this, if I go and do the same thing, I'll grab this mesh, turn it off, and then we'll do like just a crazy manipulation to the height right there. And then we'll turn it back on, and then it'll automatically kind of generate that. So that looks beautiful, but it's also, it's going to take up a lot more performance. So that's also why I also turn off the numbers. So if I scroll up, typically it's between this red text color help text block and the white block. It's easy to find when you look for those two under the hierarchy blueprint in the details panel. Is a checkbox that says mesh on spline index numbers. You cut that off and those mesh numbers will disappear as well. So I don't need either of those. You know, actually what I can do is maybe I can even keep one of these roads, since I do need residential roads in this area. Let's see how far back we can go. But you're very welcome for the breakdown. That's why I'm live. This really isn't for me as much as it is for everyone else who wants to get on here and learn. I personally have had a hard time finding the answers to these questions. So me going live is my way of like helping the 30-year-old me find the answers to these questions, because I used to do Google searches and YouTube searches for hours on end every single day, only to be left with no answers. So I am going to keep these here, and I may consider using them for the project, for this project later. So I can go back to lit, and the same thing would be done for curbs and sidewalks, but you'll have to watch the beginning of this video to see how I did this whole section. My advice would be, for anything that you need to put on a spline, make sure you use the Spline Tool Pro to draw the outer edge of whatever it is that you want to populate. And I usually go from right to left. I always go from right to left, and I design my meshes in a way that I know. For example, there are some neighborhoods that have a more curved sidewalk, right? So I'll design that mesh with the understanding that the x-axis is forward, and to the right of the x-axis, which is the y-axis, is going to be my slope, right? My little slant right here. So when I use Spline Tool Pro, I'm always going from I'll pick a point and I'll go from right to left until I go around the entire lot, and then I'll end up back at the first spline point. I never go from left to right, because my assets are designed with my details, outer facing details, on the right side. So that's really important to consider as well. So for surfaces like the bottom part of this gutter, or shoulder, if you will, of the street, I don't have to use Spline Tool Pro. You can use Spline Tool Pro, but you can draw a regular spline and then create a mesh based on that spline, and then use something like the lattice tool to align each edge, to the surface of the road. The same thing is true for like the grassy part or this concrete part here on top. I can use a regular spline to create those meshes. But for anything that's going to be populated along the spline, as in a curb, a road, a path, a sidewalk, a rail, a wire, whatever it is you want to populate, you have to use Spline Tool Pro. Otherwise, you'll have to redraw your entire spline with Spline Tool Pro in order to be able to populate that mesh. Dash and some other plugins allow you to populate meshes on splines, but they don't take into consideration the subdivision and curvature. So it'll be a straight mesh populated along that spline without curving. So I've gone through a lot to figure out what the best tools are for that. Aside from that, there are some plugins you can download. One of those is, an example is let me see what it's called. Right now I have it hidden. So I'll go data, hidden, decals. So I've got 2 sets of decals that I use for doing my roads. Now with city build, world build, it'll automatically populate like lanes, but it's hard to get those lanes to start and stop where and how you want them to when you're using those procedural modular tools. So I downloaded these packs where I can use spline-based decals. You just have to make sure that when you draw your spline, you're using enough resolution to consider the elevation change of the road. Otherwise, your spline might dip and hide under the road, as will your decal. So I've got these 2 packs. Basically, I used to have this in a in what's called a, let's see if I can find it. Actor build tools. In an actor palette, where you can open up a new window, basically like a new Unreal Engine project within a project full of assets, like an asset zoo, and then grab assets out of that and bring them into your environment. But I found it more effective to just bring the whole project, like the demo project, to copy everything from the demo project into my scene, so I can just easily grab it without having a reference from an actor palette. This one is, well, one of them is called Road Markings. So I think if you just go Fab and search for road markings, you should be able to find one of these packs that you can purchase. They're not expensive. The other one is Road Marks Pro or something like that. Smart Road Markings is the other. So Road Markings and then Smart Road Markings. They're kind of the same name, but I think they're developed by 2 different people. And that is how I create the details on the street. And I'll usually just use cesium. I know that we're probably about to crash this joint. If cesium, oh, it's not even turned on. Okay. I know that I can just use cesium then to go in here and, copy that spline on top of the corresponding road marking on the photogrammetry, and then just get a basic placement of where those, double and solid and white and yellow lines are and decals, and place them on top of the photogrammetry. And then I'll hide the photogrammetry and readjust their placement to make sure that they sit flush on top of my road. And that is how you create custom roads that are fully customized without having to rely on modular tools that can't exactly replicate your road markings that exist in the real world. All right, we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes in the stream. I think I'm going to do 4, 5, 6, maybe an hour and 30 minutes more. But I think I'm going to try to finish staging this area. And I would love if you can think of all the things that you want and need to learn. Obviously, like, my advice would go and see if you can find those answers on the internet, on YouTube, or anywhere else as you are developing and working on your projects. But anything you can't find that you think that I might know how to do, feel free to ask. I have no problem sharing. This light I don't need, but I'm not quite ready to get rid of it yet. So we're going to place it here. Parking. I need a parking sign. So let's do, by the way, in your content browser window, there are filters that you can add. I've got blueprint, class, material instance, and static mesh. Usually when I'm looking for assets, I'll enable static mesh and blueprint and click on content so that I can search within the content folder. So let's search parking. And we got parking garages, parking lots, a whole bunch of assets from other packs. But I'm looking for hour metered parking. Is there a green one or are they only red ones? It doesn't matter what the color is, but let's see. There's no parking anytime. Anything I don't have, I'll just use a placeholder temporarily, maybe. Let's search pole. Another thing that helps me take an idea from thought to, I can't really say production, from thought to project, like from my mind to actually having it in the project faster, is that I've spent years hoarding assets. And if I don't have it in this project, I can guarantee you I have it on my computer somewhere, whether it be as an Unreal Engine U asset file or as a 3D model. I have almost everything that I need after years of just hoarding. It's like I know that at some point I'm going to want to build an environment that has roads. Therefore, I need every possible road asset that I can find. And I just went on a model downloading spree. Just buying, finding, searching for, downloading assets that might have, you know, every possible combination of signage and road assets in it. I haven't used them all, and that puts you in the position to be kind of overwhelmed with options, but let's see. We need street sign. Trying to see if I can find one that's empty. There we go. And we'll just place an empty one in there. What's on this? Nothing. I'm cool with that. And let's figure out where in the scene this needs to go. So basically right here. We can use decal or something later. But just getting the asset in there is like, it's enough for me. Let's figure out what the rotation of that is. Shift right click. Let's move the background car out of there. We want only the really good looking cars to be close to where I may position my camera. Some of these I'll put on the street, but right now I'm just gonna put them all in the same place. Another background car. Most of these are going to be background cars, but all the drivable ones I'll just put here. I am missing one. I forgot I was missing one. I'm missing a Tahoe Suburban. I think it's a Tahoe. No idea where that joint's at. I could have deleted it, but I don't think I did. Weird. Maybe it's inside of generated. ABCDE generated. I had a lot of assets in here. Let's search merged. Glass? Oh no, it's one object. Let's take a moment and browse and see if I can find that real quick. Yeah, buddy. Project Cleaner is another great plugin to purchase. I think it might be a free one out there too. Although I don't suggest using it until you get to a point in the development of your project that you know all the things that you want to have in your scene from your generated folder are in there. Like if there's something in your generated folder, and I think that's what happened here. I think that's what happened with my Tahoe. I deleted it out of my scene and then I cleaned my project. And because it was not in my scene, it's no longer in my generated folder. And I'm looking for it and it's not there. So I can go back to imported assets, vehicles, Tahoe. We're going to grab everything. Because I do want my Tahoe in here. Because why not? Drag it into the scene. Actually, no. That's not the way to do it. There should have been a blueprint that came into... Okay, so let me undo that. Vehicles. Static mesh blueprint, Tahoe. Just drag this. Is this gonna be it? There it is. So yeah, it created a blueprint. What I wanted to do in allow translucent selection, or T on the keyboard. Let's select the glass, and then can we select all with same material? Actor. Select all with same material. Make sure nothing else is selected. Okay. And we'll do a merge. Accept. Delete. Delete. and then rename it and then hide it. Okay, there we go. Select, always same material, and we're going to merge it. And I can change the name to Tahoe underscore body. So when you import an FBX and it comes with all these different parts, you really want to merge all of those. This isn't a rigged vehicle like many of the other ones that I've created. You want to merge all of those static meshes into one. That first you do it with the meshes that have a shared material. So select all with same material and merge. I found merge to be better than union, because union trims a lot of stuff that you don't want trimmed. We're going to call this Tahoe black. Then it's asking me for permission to delete references. This should be rubber. Okay, or gum. It's plastic. Let me deselect the wheels then, because these aren't plastic. Neither are the calipers. Okay, merge Tahoe plastic. So y'all are getting like just a walkthrough of various different types of things that I do when I'm creating projects. 37 assets to merge. So I got to click this 37 times. But once it's created, I can then turn it into a nanite mesh and make sure that the glass is not added into that nanite mesh. Select, same material. Merge. And this is Tahoe Chrome. Although, that's fine. This makes it easier to go and add and modify materials if you do it this way. 43 assets. Delete reference actor. Yes, yes, yes. Should have the option to say yes to all. Okay, hide it. Call this Tahoe rubber. What is this? Tahoe. This is glass. Okay. So this is light colored glass. Let's deselect these brake rotors. This is all silver assets, so I actually want to deselect the wheels as well, because we might want to put like some carbon fiber or a different material on that. So let's merge Tahoe silver. Wait a minute. Let's cancel. Not sure that I want the inside of this to be silver also. Let's redo that. Select same material, but we want to deselect brake rotors, rims, I'm confused about what I actually have selected at this point. Okay. So we're going to merge these. Tahoe silver. I feel like I'm not selecting something that I should be. Okay, why can't I do the same here? Maybe I didn't deselect it before. Oh. Okay then. Yep, screwed up, but that's all right. We'll just take the rims. And just call them Tahoe rims. Let's turn silver, Tahoe silver back on. So we do have two silvers. What is this one? All right then. We're just gonna merge those. Oh shit. There's another one. Okay, merge. Tahoe calipers. This seems like a lot of work, but I mean, it's worth it. All right. The goal here is eventually to merge all of this together, but I'm doing it by material so that when I go to apply the materials to the different objects, I can select them and then apply those materials a little easier. And that will kind of prevent me from accidentally applying one material to multiple objects that I don't want to be like together. This one's going to be a carpet material, and I think it's already kind of separated out. So let's rename it. Tahoe carpet. Cut it off. Let's say our glass. Let's merge. Tahoe glass red. Accept. Tahoe reflective orange. 4, 5, 6. And what is this? Interior 3. So let's merge. Tahoe leather perforated. We'll say Tahoe leather perf. Tahoe leather coarse. This one needs to be the same as this. So right to first input object. Accept. Just call this Tahoe dash. Is there anything else? There's orange glass and carpet. So we can just rename this Tahoe glass orange. And then all these other Tahoe things, I can move back into that. All right, perfect. Now, with that, I want to use a different color. We got blue, red. I use a different color for some of these assets for the Tahoe. So let's go into my automotive materials folder. Turn on material instance. Let's make it full screen. Okay. We should do something simple. Chocolate. That's not simple at all. So charcoal. Hell yeah, look at that. Look at that. Let's hide this glass. I want to try something real quick. So glass red. I'm not exactly sure where these lights are supposed to be, but I'm going to grab this mesh. I'm going to copy, paste it, convert it, accept, and I'm going to rename it Tahoe Emissive Red. Polygroup edit, grab just these faces right here. And then invert selection. And delete. Select all, and let's just push it back a hair. Accept, and we're going to give it an emissive red. No, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like it. I think instead of using that as my emissive, well, first of all, let me just go ahead and finish replacing these materials. That's better, actually. Caliper yellow. What is this? Plastic. Plastic glossy? Nope. Plastic pyramid capsule. Let's see what this looks like. Yep, there it is. This one is chrome, so interesting. I'm going to go to polygroup edit and select all the faces and recalculate normals, except just to make sure that we don't have any weird normals in here. And let's maybe try different chrome and see if one of these looks a little better. It's good enough for now. All right, glass. try some different glass materials. See what kind of stands out. Rubber. We need a rubber rough. Windshield. Tinted. Metal. Okay, metal. Let's try black chrome. Or carbon. Caliper. Let's see, rotor. Silver. What are we missing? Black. Let's try black plastic first. Either that or textile. That looks pretty all right. Okay, what is this supposed to be though? This one should be a shiny black plastic. We don't need to go all the way as far as to add carbon. That's a little crazy spec. That's a crazy spec. We're not going to do that. We're going to do plastic. Leather, plastic, no. Plastic, small grain. Oh, that's a textile. Nope. I think something's wrong with the UVs on this one. Let's modify UVs real quick. Project UVs, auto align. Let's go 250. Maybe 100. Okay. 50. A little more realistic, I think, because I don't know. It's kind of the dirtier parts. I don't know. We'll go ahead and do it, but we're going to make it more coarse. Just dark plastic. I'm going to switch it to this. And that's more like it. I'll get back to that light and all the other stuff a little bit later. Now, this interior, I want to use a carpet material. So let's try that first. And then grab a leather. And we've got leather beige perforated. We'll put that on the seats. And then the other leather on the dash. Let's turn this glass off. Let's take this emissive situation we got. Wait, Tahoe glass. Let's fix the glass real quick. Let's get us a regular glass material. Ah, that drastically changes things. And then we got the windshield. What about orange? I don't think we have a translucent orange material, but this has to be a reflective. Not sure how to feel about that. Let's try this one. Okay. I want my Tahoe logo to either be black or red. Let's do car paint red, caliper red. Hell yeah, black that bitch out. Okay, let's hide this glass for a second. And honestly, I think I'm going to delete the emissive. We don't need that right now. And if I want it back, I can always go back and create it. But this glass could be a white light as well at some point. I think I'm also, well, no, I'm not going to black out the chrome. I don't know. What do y'all think about this? I think this is good enough. Let's make sure we got everything, all the materials replaced. Cool. And then I take everything minus the glass. Let's deselect the glass. Okay. And the reflective, because that could technically be a glass material. Rims, rotors, rubbers, silver, dash, chrome, carpet, calipers, body. and black. Let's see if we can merge all of these non-glass items and call it Tahoe body. To keep those materials on there. And then we'll do the same thing for our glass materials. Merge Tahoe glass. The reason we do all of this is so that we can go back to the Tahoe body, Control E to edit. All of our materials are in there where there's in the slots that we want them to be in. But then we can go to Nanite and enable Nanite support and just hit X. Yes. Because there's no glass in the model that's merged, Nanite should work with no problem. So if I go to lit, and then we go to Nanite visualization and triangles, we can see now that this is Nanite optimized. Minus all the glass, of course. These two cars are not Nanite because they're those are drivable vehicles, but I don't know that I can enable Nanite. On those. But a lot of geometry now Nanite optimized, and I'm going to save that. I'm going to parent the glass to the body, and then set the body to be simulate physics. But we have to go into both those assets, Control E. Yes. And then let's go to collision. And let's use project defaults. I think we can use simple and complex. Let me grab my character's pawn, wherever that's at. Let's put this under the vehicles. So static mesh props, vehicles, we'll put the Tahoe in there. And we'll copy the rotation. Give it a 45. Edit pivot, center, bottom, and then rotate it 45 degrees, accept. Take our glass, rotate it. Don't we hate when that happens? Let's undo. Okay. Looks like we're just gonna have to manually reposition this. Let me unparent them. And then go into, let's turn all the vehicles off except for the Tahoe. Turn this off, go to 3D, and let's see what we can snap together. Should be able to snap something. What we're looking for here is two different points on this model where I can snap everything together. Let me turn off nanite really quick, or let's see if we can do LOD 0 on this truck. Control E, nanite, yes. And then let's put this, maybe not. There's got to be a point on there that we can snap this to. It's very close. So we're just going to have to eyeball it. Yeah. Pretty sure it's about right there. All right, the reason I had to do all of that was so that when I parent those two together now, if I take the rotation of one of these vehicles and I just copy it, this model should now be facing the same orientation. And all of that for a background vehicle. I'm pretty sure all these cars are way too close together to be, let's be honest. Some of them. let's take our player pawn and let's move him here. And simulate, or really I can just simulate. So let's simulate. Oh. Let's see, place down at location, not an issue with collision. Let's look at the collision for this model. Let's see. Let's do a convex collision. And then show. All right, and then I'll reconvert this to nanite. And let's simulate again. Let's take a cesium and invert it. Okay. Oh, that's why I turned those off. Oh no, what the heck is going on with those two? That's all right. We don't need physics simulated on those. They'll be in the background somewhere, but everything else seems to be working like it's supposed to. Switch to player controller. Since it'll be more of a background asset, I think we can keep nanite enabled on this. Let's see if I can get it to roll. Oh, you know what? I've got to go into my level blueprint and pick which assets. Oh, forgot about Echo. Is she even in here still? Yes, she is. Okay, Echo 2, sandbox character. I had a few vehicles to replace. Can I just drag them in from the asset browser or content browser is what I want to know. So Mercedes. BMW. Vehicle 5. Vehicle 7. Vehicle 9. Vehicle 13. Because eventually, once we start like really getting this scene built out, I want to have all my players ready to go. I believe that's it. And let's compile, save. Unknown is not okay. I can delete a couple of unknown references. So unknown is here, number 6. So we'll put this vehicle up here. Alt click and do this. Compile, save, and play. So now if I hit 1, 2, 3, 4, no steering wheel animations. See if we can get up in there. Nope. There you go. I don't even know if there are this many floors in here. I think I put one too many floors in here. But from all my reference images and looking from the side of the building, it appears that this is the actual scale. 5. What is 5? Nothing. 4, 5. Oh, that is 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1. Two. How far do I have to go before I can see those other characters? That's a long walk. That's a long run. I mean, if I were to run from Union all the way down to Crosstown, boy, I could at least simulate it. Excuse me. I'm a little confused because I didn't realize there was a... I mean, I knew there was an LOD for the characters. But I thought I was much closer to them. Is that them all the way down there? No. No. There's no way they're that far away. Basically right in front of it, so... Trying to see while I'm playtesting if I can find these other characters. Is she just standing in place, or is she actually running? I think she's just in place and the animation didn't stop. Trippy. Alright, so now I need some way to determine where my players are at any given moment so that I can see if I'm either close to them or not. Okay. Let's see. Play sound at location. Access none. Trying to read property call function. Play sound at location. And that goes from mesh. Play audio event. Why would that not be working? Occupied. I think it's because I added this occupied heli thing in here. Let me delete this. Yes. Compile. Save. And let's see what happens. No sound from him. Unless it's just turned down. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's got to be something with echo. So for echo, let's remove the enter helicopter script. Compile, save. Okay. What else are we missing here? And this is for sandbox character and not for, let's go echo, edit echo. Let's delete this and go to construction script, viewport, event graph. And what do we have in here? We have enter helicopter. Let's delete that. Compile, save. And let's see now. Nope. Play audio event. Get Foley. Oh, okay. So I think let's see. Tools, window, project settings. I don't know. Editor preferences. Let's open that. Let's also open project settings. And let's search FOLY. CVARs arrays. Let's delete all of those. And oh, that's why I couldn't see them. They're sitting they're standing all the way up there. And I'm thinking that they are on the white surface and they weren't. I mean, I can't tell. Maybe they are. Something that I think we can figure out later, but construction script, set up camera. We didn't really change much here. Play audio event, sound at location, pitch multiplier, get world location, sound success. Yeah. Something might be missing. Foley audio bank. something we can fix at a later date and figure out. So it says it's here. All right. Good to know. Not a big fan of this sign, to be honest. But, okay. Now to find some tree models that I think are actually kind of attractive looking. At a decent scale. Not a fan. Probably a little better. Oh my gosh. Absolutely not. I don't know how I feel about those, but I think maybe we can just go for something a little more attractive and just do something more along the lines of what is pretty instead of focusing solely on accuracy. Yeah, many of them are. I do have a lot of American trees, but um, some of the models that I have currently in this project, I don't like what they look like. Or they're really big. I have some trees that are appropriate for this scene. That mimic what's in real life, but I want to try to make a pretty scene. So let's turn on cesium and invert it. So we can see exactly where these are. I could have sworn I grabbed. Okay, maybe I did only get 3. So the goal here is to go for cinematics. And then as I build around the Crosstown building, this will kind of be a foreground. And if I don't like these trees, all I really have to do is go into my content browser and replace them. But let's go ahead and make sure that all those trees are in my trees folder. We don't want spatial loading, so trees. Let's see, static mesh props, billboards. I don't have one for signage, so let's do street signs, new folder. Actually, I can just select all of these. Do not enter, stop sign. So we'll go traffic signage. Heck yeah. A little organization there happening. Okay, lamps, hydrant, foliage, all those are good. And street traffic signage. We don't want any spatial loading right now. Tahoe, we're gonna put that with the vehicles. This is actually something I can delete. Disk. Merge. Let's take all these road splines real quick. static mesh, lots, static mesh, paths, lots, lines. Oh, I already have a folder for that. All right, so our trees are animating at a very slow frame rate, and I think I know how to fix that. Okay, props, foliage, trees. Let's just select them all. Well, in here they seem to be animating fine. And it's possible that it's just my scalability. So let me just save all of this. I need to disable collision on the cesium tiles. You use nanite? Actually, that's funny. I just enabled them. Yeah, I usually try to use nanite on all of my meshes for performance. Collision. Let's do no collision. Well, what happened there? And let's search actor step up on for step. I don't think that matters. Let's go ahead and lock her back. Save. Play. And if there is collision, which it doesn't appear that there is anymore. Nope, they're on the ground. All right, let's go check these materials out real quick for those trees. So in here, they're performing well. And it's potentially, let's see, scalability. I don't think it has anything to do with scalability, but we can test real quick just to rule that out. Yeah, no, not a scalability issue. Instead, I think it's a material related thing. So let's do this and cherry tree. What do we got? Don't tell me that we're gonna have to do this for all of them. Okay, wind setting. I know that this was something. Blend mode, mass two-sided. Wind gust world scale. Wind setting 1. Animate level 1. Dampening radius multiplier. I forgot what I changed, and I think it was something. Something that we can probably go and check another time, but to simplify this, I think it'd be best if we just bring another asset in there. As pretty as it might be, gotta make a compromise, sacrifice. Why won't it ask me to do this for all the trees all at once? Probably because most people's computers would crash if they did choose that option, because it'd run out of VRAM. That makes sense. So just to make sure that. Alright, let's replace these trees temporarily with a different tree model. Let's go into static mesh blueprint class. I know that some of the trees in here probably aren't called trees. Okay, what about this? What is this? Jeez. Ain't no way it's regular scale. Maybe it is. Okay. Let's go into a different folder. And we're just going to use a nanite tree and see if we can find a small one. It's probably huge, the one I'm grabbing. Oh my lord. Now, what would be really helpful is if these assets actually showed a man standing beside them for reference in the assets, in the content browser, Unreal Engine, Epic. That's what really needs to happen. Is there needs to be a man standing beside every asset to show scale of the asset. I don't like that tree. It's not animated. These probably have the same issue too with animation. I have a whole project where I just put trees in the project, hundreds of trees in there. You know what? I think we could get away with this one. Well, I think there is something inside of Fab where you can get a scale man for reference. But I mean, directly inside of the engine, that would be really nice. All right, so it's not. We're gonna have to Google this one real quick. Because my FPS, see, 25, 30. Let's go to project settings. So I know this isn't a performance thing. There's some setting that I probably need to check. Somewhere in something. Allow wind 1 calculations to affect wind. Animate level 1. There's a lot of stuff in here. Cast shadow, blah, blah, blah. Nanite. And I figured this out the other day. But I think it has something to do with this pivot painter thing. World scale. Horizontal speed. Wind speed. 0.5. Point. It's funny, the first thing that I type in and click on ends up being the answer, I think. So 0.6. I guess everything really is figure outable. Oh, it was 0.05. So why would they set it to 0.05? How ridiculous. Who would do that? We'll go 0.5. So I knew this wasn't a performance thing. It's like, at the very least, I'm observant enough to like kind of be able to understand when I look at something. I look at a whole bunch of shit that I don't know. Like, I don't know what any of this is. I can say, okay, there's something there. I don't know what it means or what it does, but it looks important. It looks like it's relevant. 0.02. What is that? Wind, horizontal speed, wind speed, world gust, 1. Okay. All right. All right, the daunting task of updating and saving all of this. Let's just go ahead and get through it. Get my computer, my GPU whirled up. Control Shift S. And that's better. We really want to be able to just see this from a distance anyways. But the movement. My only issue is with how, I don't know if fake is the word, how stylized it looks. It looks too stylized. And I'd really like to go for more of a photorealistic look. Let's see, physics. Simulate physics is on. All right then. It's kind of nice if we get the right camera, some effects and filters on top of this. That might look all right. Man, that cinematic viewport is looking rather nice. Simulate. What's going on with these cars, though? Somebody had a wreck. Usually you can press end on the keyboard and this will drop to the floor, but I think it's colliding with the cesium data. Now, although these are already simulating physics and will automatically drop to the floor, while editing, I don't want to see the cars floating in the air. Because if I do a path tracing render, then I have to force, I'm going to be stuck with cars floating. All right, let's go cinematic and just take a look. Not sure what the performance is going to be like while streaming, but it shouldn't be absolutely terrible. Oh, terrible collisions. Man, whoever set these trees up did a terrible job. All right, let's work on some. I mean, it's not necessary, but oh, okay. Collision. Add a sphere capsule collision. I mean, it's not terrible. So maybe it's only a couple of items. And it's also possible that I'm colliding with cesium stuff too. So, but I don't think there are any trees in there to collide with. Maybe it's just how high my character is. Okay, so real quick, we're going to edit all of these trees. First things first, add a capsule collision, and then we're actually going to delete this convex collision. That's, if we just go to collision and remove collision, it should delete all of them, and then add a capsule collision. It's probably going to be sideways. That's all right. Perspective, let's go left. And right. Oh, well, front. Perfect. And scale. Honestly, it doesn't matter the height. add capsule, remove collision, add capsule, and we'll go perspective. Rotate this 90 degrees. And as much as we'd like to think it's centered, it probably isn't. All right, go from right to front. And save it. And repeat the process. Add capsule, remove all, add capsule, and then rotate it. I don't know if y'all noticed, but I did get tired of the music. When I started watching stuff, and in my headphones I can hear the sounds from the game, and it's pretty soothing. So in order to add a collision, or to show the collision, it's easier to show it the collision that's there. It's easiest to just add a collision, and then all of the collision will show up. And then instead of trying to go individually delete them all, you just delete all the collisions in the mesh. And once you do that, you can go and add the collision you actually want, and you don't have to worry about any random collisions being in the game, in the mesh, I mean. So let's save, and if we go here to from lit to player collision, we can check all of these. This one looks like, oh no, that one's good. All right, so let's check this one. Control E, and let's add a box collision and then delete it, because I knew this one was kind of out of place. We need to go front. All right, save. lit. And that's how you solve that problem. Yes, you're absolutely right. Only the tree trunk needs the collision. Since this is mostly for visualization, I'm assuming that if at some point I create an executable, a game, or some sort of experience that I push onto the internet through pixel streaming, people are going to want to walk around the environment. So I'm thinking about these things on the front end so that I don't have to go back. Now that's a lot of work for just like one island. And I'll deal with the foliage situation later. But I don't need foliage bogging down my performance. Let's see what path tracing looks like with these trees though. Not bad. I think that's kind of nice. I think it's kind of nice. Once we have, I can add an ArcViz camera and make sure these buildings are like facing upright. But I think this will be good. There are some issues with one of my glass materials though for the car for some reason. That's something I have to figure out. And when we go into path tracing mode, all these nanite meshes look super funny. I do know, I gotta figure this out. I think it has something to do with, I don't know what it is for that car. I have no idea. Okay, so nanite and path tracer. What is the deal with the fallback mesh? r.raytracing.nanite.mode 1. Okay, so let's go into the console, enter that command, enter, easy breezy, beautiful. Still gonna have an issue with this car though. No idea why. So let's go out of path tracing and back into it. So I guess if I do any nanite any path tracing renders, I will have to use only non-drivable cars in the render. Except for this one. This one seems to work all right. This one looks like it's working. Oh. So it's not exclusive. I wonder if this has something to do with double-sided glass. I can see into the car, but not through the other side. All right, so let's check that. Let's grab this windshield material. Always something to fix. Always something to figure out. Windshield. Let's search for it. And there are two things I need to figure out. Am I using double-sided? Am I using... Is it glass color? So let's go inside of it real quick in this car. Actually, no, I can just stay like this. Let's disable glass color for a minute. And save it. Nope. Let's see, double-sided material. Let's go two-sided. And see if that changes anything. Nope, that's not going to be it either. Usually something really simple, as it's always been. Opacity scale, imperfections, transparency. And then I override. Could that be it? No. I mean, there is no material in nanite. Edge darkening. Let's go to the master. See what we can find. Translucence, gray transmittance. Maybe this is supposed to be opaque. And maybe not. Maybe it is translucence, gray transmittance. So let's see what's happening with all the ones that do work, and maybe take a note out of their book. All right, so what is this glass? This is tinted, RMI glass tinted. Let's search. Edge darkening, glass color, nanite override, all of that's the same. But what's with the master? It's the same master. So it's got to be something in the material instance that's causing this to not work. Where's the power? 10, 17. Okay. 10, 17. Well, let's see. Nope. Those reflections do look really good though. All right. Perfections and UVs. Translucency, gray. Yeah, everything else looks like it's the exact same. It's 5 and 1. Edge darkening. How about that? No. I think it could potentially be the model. Something with the model. So let's Control E. Let's make sure that this is not nanite enabled. It's not. Because you can't nanite enable glass. What do y'all think? I think I'm just dealing with weird issues that don't always have common solutions. Wait a minute. Can I see that now? Nope. And it's also possibly the design, the way that it's designed. So there are some glass objects that that aren't thick, that have no thickness, but it's a two-sided material. Man, nanite is really doing some crazy stuff here. And I think that's what we're dealing with. Maybe. This doesn't appear to have any thickness, but I could be wrong. I can't tell. Okay, this does have thickness. Is this one? And I think that might be where the problem lies. Is that there's no thickness, so once you kind of go inside of it. All right, so let me try this. Let's see, two-sided material. So let's go back to path tracing. Let's figure out what material this is again. I think it's the tinted window. Let me set it to two-sided. And then let me go to the master material. I'm surprised that didn't work. I'm thoroughly surprised. Let's go lit. So when we look at it lit, yeah, no. That actually makes it worse. Huh. Yeah, so my issue, and I think this may be somewhat an easy fix, is to give this thickness. So whoever made this model did not give the glass any thickness. I don't know. Let's see if I can polygroup edit it. So modeling, polygroup. So grab all of that. Flip. And can we do push pull? What happens if we do push pull? Nope. Extrude. Yeah, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous. Let's go back to from lit to detail lighting. Like, there's no way this is gonna work, but it doesn't hurt to try it, I guess. All right, give that a little thickness. Grab this, flip it. Let's try to do the same thing. Literally only needs to be enough for it to be considered two-sided. And if this works, then I know why when I path trace with glass, why my glass doesn't work. So okay, select all, recalculate normals, accept, and go back to lit. And this is glass, although I'm not sure which glass material it's using. Let's change it from, let's see, glass windshield. Can I see what's what? Let me select this and put it on here. Let's undo. Okay, let's put it on this one. All right. And then let's put it on this one. Glass windshield. Okay. Now, if we get inside of here, let's see if this is going to work. Save everything and go path tracer mode. Nope. What is going on? All right. I thought we figured it out, but that's not okay. Wait, maybe we can go back to, all right. Windshield. Here's your frontal glass color. And I override. Nope, two-sided isn't working. So M-Glass RT Master is the one that we need to pick a different master for this. Okay, so tinted glass has, is it the same M-Glass RT Master? All right, I'm tripping. It is the same one, but I can't see through that one either. All right, what about this glass? My glass RT clear and my glass RT tinted. RT master. Let's try something else. Project UVs. Fit. Turn background task canceling. I think that's because we're in path tracer mode. No, all the cars have the same materials, but a variety of packs. So some of them are the Matrix sample demo, Matrix Awakens. Some of these cars are imported as geometry from downloads. Like I've downloaded some 3D cars for which many of them are meant to be in the background. Some of them are from vehicle packs that I bought from Fab. I think we're probably looking at 4 or 5 different car packs plus all of the more detailed models, such as this. And these were purchased from 3D repositories, like 3D asset websites. Let's try to think of what could be the issue with this. That's really weird if they're using the same master material, but have an issue that can't be replicated. My glass RT clear and my glass RT tinted. I think it could be something to do with the fact that included in here, I have non-transparent objects. So to test this theory, let's search for tinted glass and paste it on both of these. Figured it out. I think I figured it out. Yep. Okay, so the reason that these don't render in Path Tracer as transparent is because the reflectors are not transparent but are included in the same mesh. So to fix that, let's go lit and okay. Let's see, polygroup edit. Oh my Lord. Well, that's good to know. We can save fixing that for another time, but this is connected also to the glass as a single mesh. And if a mesh is using a transparent material and a non-transparent material at the same time, then the transparency won't render in path tracing mode. So the entire mesh has to be made up of transparent materials in order for translucency to be rendered. Therefore, for this car that I imported, I have reflectors in here that aren't transparent. So when I go into path tracing mode, it won't work. The one way of solving that, so let's go back to lit, is to, let's see, control, can I go control E? I don't know what material it is, but I think the glass is also a part of the car here. So how does that work if this one kind of has the same setup? Control E. When I exported the Mercedes, everything is connected on the Mercedes, so that doesn't make sense. But that's clearly the problem. Yet, the Mercedes is the only one that has combined assets where it can render translucency. So if I figure out how to solve all these problems before I move too far into the development, the same thing is going to be true with my buildings. If I accidentally put something like glass and the panels into one mesh, the glazings of the glass into one mesh, and I go into path tracing mode to render, and I can't see into my buildings, I know why now. Okay. So not something I'm going to spend a lot of time fixing right now, but I at least found out what the issue was. And that's nice to know. Let's see though, real quick, if I have a glass. Let's go yes to all of that. If I have a orange glass, so orange, translucent. Let's grab this glass, Control E, and then we'll put the orange translucent reflector in here. Okay. Let's Control S, save that. What I can do is Control copy paste, convert, accept, and polygroup edit. Am I editing the right thing? Okay. Select the polygroup, invert selection, Let me get out of path tracing mode and delete faces, accept. Now grab this glass, polygroup edit, grab this, delete those faces, accept. And then Control E. There's nothing assigned to this material. Well, actually the back, I think there are some reflectors in the back. There's one part in the back that needs to be removed. Okay, that makes sense. So let's undo, undo, undo. Undo. Okay, so let's convert, accept, polygroup edit, grab this and this, and invert, delete. Okay, let's grab this, polygroup edit, repeat the process. Now, if I go edit materials, we should be able to delete this reflector, but I don't know if there's any reflector that's red inside of. Yeah, it looks like there might be. Can I? So reflector hexagon red. I can probably just put a translucent one there. Red. Reflector red, translucent. Okay, let's go path tracer and fixed. Now we know. Many times you won't get paid just because you're a great designer or you can create a scene. Many times the money that you make is going to be made and increased because you immediately solve problems. And that's very important. It's your ability to immediately solve those problems. I'm not a fan of that fallback mesh. I thought nanite was way better than that. And maybe it's because this little red thing, I don't know, has no thickness. So, you know, I'm learning something every day. I don't think that's the case. Maybe it's because it's a really thin surface. But the nanite could be better. Oh, man. Definitely not worth stressing about, but whenever we get into path tracing mode, I don't want any of my meshes. It looks like the fallback is fine. It works fine. And it looks really good. Like, I'm not going to lie. That's super impressive how good that looks. So in terms of gameplay, we've got to figure out a way that as you get closer to your hero objects, it falls back to the highest quality asset as opposed to just, you know, let me just hit play and see what happens. Yeah, see, I don't like that. Oh well, no biggie. All right, we learned about 5 things in that session, and I'm happy with what I learned there. I think over the next week, I'm going to kind of use this angle here and here as my reference for how much of this scene I want to finish, and I'm going to push from this position forward. So next I'll work on the parking lot from this street side, and then once I get enough of the parking lot done here, I can then kind of start working on the facade and edge of this building. Even if I don't get this back part done, my goal is to have a rendering of from this position looking back towards the parking garage, and then also from this position kind of looking in that direction to where all of this is in the background, to just show an example of a near completed model. And with that, if I go into Google Earth, Google Street View, with that, I'll also be able to showcase. I thought this was way bigger. This, you know, the signage. So the Crosstown Concourse signage, as well as, wow, that signage is terribly small. You know, this one right here, and then those logos on the banners. Let's see what else. This is from 2025. So I don't believe that that's there anymore. No, actually, is that new? Oh, okay. See the latest date. This is the latest date. Okay, so that signage for that restaurant, all of this right here, like I want to be able to see the branding and the logos, and then the window decals I want in there, as well as these A-frames, trash cans, planters. I don't know if I'm going to do people yet. The tables, umbrellas, speakers, string lighting. Those are the kinds of things that I want to stage the scene with, including all the decals for the roads. And then I also want these 3 to be done. So at the very least, I will block out these buildings and put some kind of minor detail on these buildings surrounding the site. And at least get like some sidewalks up there. I will consider bringing in some house models and then seeing if I can do some level streaming of a bunch of house models over here. Because that's a lot of houses, dude. That's a lot of houses. And then I think I will do some of this building, whatever this is. Let me go ahead and save before we get a... Oh, okay. I'm thinking I'm in Unreal Engine right now. But look at the quality. That's so bad. Photogrammetry is terrible. I'm going to bring this building in there. And any of the larger... I don't think that there are any other larger buildings super close to the site. And once I kind of get like some of the, I keep calling them the hero assets done for this site, I can then package everything into a streaming level and then have that level information stream into my primary level. And that's how Matrix Awakens demo optimizes their performance, is streaming in everything into these tiny levels within the project. But, you know, that's a lot of work to just get a curb and some grass. But the goal here is over time, as I make progress, I want to show the before and after and have really high quality assets within the shot, so that as the building gets built completely, I can do some renderings and post those to Reddit, because I haven't posted anything to Reddit in a very long time. And then have some gameplay of a character walking through the scene or a car driving through the scene. And I think I want to do like a reveal of some sort, to where my character is walking through here and then looks up at Crosstown. Yeah, cool. I don't know what I'm running into, but I'm definitely running into something. Uh-oh, wrong way down the one way. I think we're colliding a lot with some cesium stuff in here right now. Let's turn cesium off or hide it. That's more like it. And since we used some really good techniques for creating our road module, I guess you can say, the driving on this road is really smooth. And which road is this? Looks like we need some polygroups to be added to this though. Let's check her out. What do we got in here? We're using, let's go to mesh on spline, large road, search for it. Let's bring it into the scene. And let's see, modeling, polygroup edit. Oh, okay, that is pretty well, subdivide it. All right then. Just wondering why it's not large road simplified. Let's turn it off and back on and see what happens. No, what? I wonder why those polygroups aren't doing anything. Huh. That's odd. So large road and large road simplified. And let's go into lit triangles, wireframe. Okay, so large road, let's polygroup edit it. And oh, maybe we need to remesh it. So let's go mesh, remesh, accept. Huh. Let's try to turn this back off and on. Yeah, that's really strange because this should be subdivided into more triangles. It's remeshed now. I don't know why it's doing that. Lit wireframe. Generate polygroups. Accept. Huh. Super strange. So my edge loops disappeared or something. I don't know what happened, how that happened. So I'm just going to insert those edge loops and press done, accept. And then let's turn this back off and on. Let's see if this fixes it. And it might not. Yeah, I don't know. That's super weird. So every now and then we run into some issues where my models don't do exactly as what I expect them to do, but it's no big deal. I think this is performant. What I should see right now, though, and maybe it's a matter of converting it or something. Let's take this, convert it, accept, and then it's not even a simplified road. Oh, there it is. And let's replace this with that one and see what happens. And now it's fixed. So if it doesn't look like the curvature's there and you've done all you can do to subdivide the road, now if I go to lit wireframe, you can see it's subdivided now, and it has all these triangles, which not very performant. Probably a little much. I'll go back later and kind of rebuild this mesh from the ground up. But it was all just straight triangles, and it wouldn't show me all of the individual subdivided triangles. So I just went and converted this to a new static mesh, and it pulled that geometry into the new mesh, which then I placed into my spline to fix my triangulation. So there's always some issue that you might run into, and if you understand how to resolve that, like this is really dense, it's not very performant, but again, I'm not looking for performance at the moment. For this part of the project, we're focused exclusively on visualization. So understanding those tricks to solve your visualization problems, like the glass not being clear on nanite meshes or on meshes that have translucency, the glass not showing up, collision issues. I don't know what else I've kind of shown today. I've shown a lot of stuff, but that's several hours worth of just solving minor problems. So as I move forward through the development of this project, I know that I won't have to experience those issues, or I can proactively prevent those issues now that I've gone through the process of dissecting what's wrong with the project. Why is path tracer not working? Why is this collision messed up? Why is this happening? It's months worth of learning things, like months worth of what's the word I'm looking for? Months worth of experience, I'd say, in one sitting, as opposed to sitting here like messing with the project, seeing that you have an issue, and then saying, oh, okay, well, this freaking car doesn't work because the glass isn't clear, deleting the car, going and out of your way to find a new car that doesn't have that issue, and then never learning why that problem happened in the first place. With the last 40 days of work, I did a 30 plus, I say about a $30,000 commission. And whether I get paid that $30,000 or not is going to depend on whether or not, X client is able to use my work to aid in their winning a project. I can't give information that's specific, but in that 40 days, at the very least, I'll get a $10,000 commission check for the work that I did inside of Unreal Engine to create these assets and scenes. or to create these scenes. And for architectural visualization, these architecture firms are working to propose some of their designs to companies that are looking to spend anywhere from, $50 million to $2 billion on a development. And if you can take what you learn in the engine to bring those proposed plans into a scene like this, and then contextualize it in the appropriate lot at the appropriate scale, and build an environment around that scene with, vehicles and branding and street decals and neighborhoods, sidewalks, etc., then that company that is paying the architecture firm to design and develop the property, the architecture firm will then take some of the money they receive from those stakeholders to pay you more for the architectural visualization you did to help them win the project, but also to continue updating and iterating on your project so that they can use the environment to share updates with the stakeholders, right? So the architecture firm hires you. You take the Revit model from the architectural firm, you build an environment around the Revit model, or you build the environment, then import the Revit model into the environment using Cesium. Architecture firm pays you. Architectural firm uses this project to then either pitch to the stakeholders or to update the stakeholders. Hey, here's an update. Here's where we are in the development process. Here's the new design. And, even with this, I'll show you why it costs $30,000. We'll see if we can pull this off. While we're live, because I think this could be useful to further contextualize the cost of these types of projects and why they're important. So let's see, we're connected to the Wi-Fi. Let's go settings, info. Let me get my IP address. Shift. Let's grab this, close it. Selection. So before I just kind of spill the beans, I'm gonna grab a VCam actor. Let's see. Set it to not be enabled. Let's pilot VCam actor. Okay. Let's adjust the camera components focal length. Let's bring it down to here. And viewport 1 is active, enabled. Let's go to edit project settings. Let's go down to UDP messaging, and let's add a static endpoint. So 109. Let's do Windows IP config. So 34. 192, 168, 134. Enter. Okay. Let's move this here. Pixel streaming server is enabled. And let me go into vCam, add a new connection. Let's look at project settings to figure out it's 34. So 192, 168, 134, done. Okay, this might work, this might not. All right, as you can see, I got an iPad in my hand, and I'm gonna move around the scene. First though, I'm going to adjust my movement. Let's go maybe 5x, 10x. And I'm just going to walk around now. But first, I guess what I can do is I can pause, turn my body around, unpause, and I'm going to walk. Pause. Come right here and unpause. Okay, so can you make $30,000 in 30 days? Well, it depends on if you can figure shit like this out for those companies that want to give their clients who are about to spend $2 billion an inside look at a $2 billion project right in the palm of their hands in real time. I carried my computer around and was like, I don't know what the hell how I'm about to figure this out, but I figured it out. And one of the guys at the architectural firm was so impressed by this, which tells me that even though they make millions of dollars doing this like architecture, that they're not connected to anybody that's figuring this type of stuff out, which puts me in a really unique position to be able to go and then sell this to more firms and more, investors, to say, hey, I can show you in real time with a really high quality what this is going to look like. And it's not just with vehicles. I mean, with buildings, it's vehicles and products. This can really be used for anything. So if you don't want to put a VR headset on, and you want to take a look around your scene, or you have some product that here's your backyard with your $100,000 swimming pool, waterfall, and outdoor whatever. I can set it up to where you can look at that right now, right? Before you spend any money, here's what I propose. It's going to cost $250,000, but I want you to be able to take a look at it in the palm of your hands with an iPad and walk around the scene and give me feedback. And this isn't running on an iPad. This is running on the machine, and it's pixel streaming through my network. So you have to have a really good network, or you can do the solution we did where when we went to show this presentation, all the network connections in every boardroom were absolutely terrible. So I got the bright idea to have someone go to Target and buy a modem router combo. We plugged that in, connected the computer and the tablet to that router with no internet, and we were able to accomplish the same thing. After our meeting, I learned that there is a way that I can load in the cesium tiles and then change the settings while they're loaded in to keep them loaded there, and then disconnect from the internet connection, connect to that router, and then set this up, and then be able to have this experience with the cesium tiles loaded as an augmented reality experience without having to have internet connection to stream in those cesium tiles for the presentation. Question: how are you able to switch between different players? I have set up inside of my level blueprint. So if you click this little like hierarchy icon, which kind of looks like I forget what it's a roster, like the roster icon, open level blueprint. And if you want to take a screenshot, I don't know if this is the only thing I set up, but I've got it set up to where I can possess the player by clicking one of the buttons that I set. Like for example, button 5, I can choose what button I press to possess this specific pawn that's inside of my environment, inside of the outliner. Let's see, spawn replacement car. I can do a tutorial on this at some point. I don't think I'll do that tutorial on this now because I don't quite remember how all of this is set up. But it's really simple. I just need to remember exactly how to get these specific what do you call these? These specific blueprints. But I watched a YouTube video. I'm sure I have that YouTube video like somewhere in one of my playlists. And I've gone through hundreds of YouTube videos to figure out like how to do all of this. I couldn't figure out the iPad thing. With all the YouTube videos I watched, there's a lot that I had to, like I spent at least 15 days trying to figure out how to get just one iPad working. And I was able to figure out how to get 4 working. You can do a maximum of 4 iPads or phones and do a virtual camera. So, the cool thing about this as well is, let's say I unpause this. You can record, right? So I've got basically this is a camera in my hand. I'll unpause. Let's hit the record button. Take recorder and sequencer will come up. Then I'm going to hit, let me move myself back. And let's go to the sidewalk. All right, let's pause. I'm going to change my movement ratio. Let's see what 2 looks like. Let's see what 3 looks like. I think I like that a little better. And I'm going to set a bookmark by pressing this green button. Okay. And then I will move up just a bit and I'll press record again. Let's see if it works. Let's try again. I think maybe I have to arm it. So if I close take recorder and the sequencer, and then I press the record button and I press it again, it's now recording. So if I want to get a video out to, a client, press the record button again. Okay, and then I go to take recorder. I double click on this VCam actor record, I think. Let me see. Let's see, take recorder. I open up this folder, double click on this. And then let's disconnect the iPad. Turn it off. I think I can hit Control E. So first let me go to my VCam actor and disable it. And let's try Control E. No, not Control E. Control, what was it to get it in the viewport? Oh, Shift C. So Shift C. And then I can hit play. I can watch what I just did. And it's like you're making your own movies, your own films, right? So I don't know that Backrooms creators take this exact approach, but in Blender, you can kind of do something similar, I believe. So maybe it's a similar process. But to basically have a virtual camera and be able to walk around the environment and share a scene, a development with a client, they will pay a lot of money for that, because if they're spending hundreds of thousands, millions, or a couple $1 billion on a development, they're going to want to give or have an experience where they can physically see what's going to be built so that they can make more informed decisions prior to spending their money. So it's like, whether it's interior design, whether it's trying to get a sense of scale, to see the lot size, or if they're living across from on the other side of the continent or the world, and they want to be able to, let's say go to a warehouse, take an iPad, walk through that empty warehouse as though they're in the space that's being developed, so they can see what's going to be built or what is being built. That's worth a lot of money to them. And I'm trying to position myself with this project to kind of tap into all of those fields, right? But that's why the work that I've done, in the last 30 days was able to put me in position. I haven't been in this position in a long time financially. Let's keep it real. Like, this isn't something that I make a lot of money from all the time, but when I've made a lot of money, it's because I've put in an insane amount of work to create something that's breathtaking, but also like groundbreaking, because a lot of people don't see this type of stuff. So, although I didn't make an awful lot of changes to this environment, and like really, I staged it enough to get a basic starting point and like a foundation for how I want to push from this area into the actual lot of the building. I'm really satisfied with the direction that I took to try to figure out how I can create really just this curb, sidewalk, and like grass component. I need to figure out what this little thing is called next to the sidewalk. Let me see if it has a name. I usually call it a shoulder and a gutter, and I think that's correct. And I want to start using the appropriate terms. So, sidewalk, gutter. All right, here's an image. It's like, this is super nerdy. But, if you're going to be in this business and you're going to be working with people who are like, okay, we are urban developers. Can I Google search this and find a larger version, maybe? Like, some people might think, why the hell do I want to know about this? Not me, but like, I'm speaking in first person. These are the types of things that I do research on that may seem really just redundant, insignificant, or like too much, but urban planners want to be able to envision some of these ideas and test them before spending the money, right? The city, this is tax dollars. So in thinking about creating a digital twin of downtown Memphis, I'm also like trying to create content and consider, okay, aside from making a video game that can make me money or a digital twin that we can run simulations on, someone out there is responsible for doing the engineering for sidewalks and road design, right? Tennessee Department of Transportation. So I'm trying to position this project in front of hundreds of different industries where I'm thinking of those people are going to be spending a lot of money and a lot of manpower, a lot of labor to develop these new sidewalks, new roads, and they don't really have a way to test or view them in real time. So as I build this Memphis Metas project, I put a lot of emphasis in something that's seemingly really stupid and like, it's like what might be too much detail to some people. Let me go back into default view to figure out how to create this profile right here. It's like, yeah, video games don't need to have that much detail. Nobody's going to pay attention to that. It's not about the video games or the people playing the video games. It's about, once I finish this scene, somebody's going to look at this and say, that looks better than my Revit model. That looks better than the program that I use to create curbs and whatever. Can we hire you to help us take our designs and plans and bring them into 3D so that we can sit in front of a boardroom of 50 people that are prepared to spend $300,000 or $3 million to renovate a part of the city. It's like I'm trying to position myself to be in those rooms while also creating a game. So just something to think about for everybody that's watching right now. The last thing I want is for you to sit here and think I'm lollygagging and just talking on about stuff and not developing my game. It's like, no, I want to open people's minds so that when you start working on your project, you're not thinking about it from the perspective of like, how do I design a curb or how do I design a building? You're thinking about how do I monetize and why should I design this curb and building? Why should I spend 7 hours and 55 minutes and 34 seconds on a live stream figuring out how to solve these little tangible problems that seemingly are insignificant to the overall scope of my project? It's because if you can solve those problems when the stakes are high for investors who want to visualize these things in fine detail, you can literally make $1,000 a day. So I'm the last person that's going to gatekeep. But what that means is you put in the work, you stay awake 12 hours a day, you live stream for 8 hours. And not only do you learn and figure it out for yourself, but you teach as you go. And in doing that, when the right person with the right amount of money or networks or contact or whatever comes across your live stream or your video after the live stream is over, you're seen in their eyes as the authority in this space, because the people who spend years creating environments and then you don't see and learn anything about that environment until they show you the environment that they created, they seem a little more unreachable and a little more expensive to these people. Whereas me, I'm right here doing this live in front of everybody for 8 hours straight, almost every day. And someone is going to come to my stream and say, I trust this person because I'm watching them do the work. Whereas you give somebody your money to build a deck on your house, but you can't be there to watch them build the deck. It's very hard to spend that money not knowing that they pay attention to detail and they are thinking about the user experience and the ways that you can increase the longevity of that deck or enhance the experience of people who are going to use that deck, right? So the same thing is true with Unreal Engine, 3D design, branding, graphic design, web development. You go live and you kind of hold yourself accountable, but you also put yourself in a position where people who are really good at building websites are trying to sell their services. The people that really want to spend their money on websites are going to be more likely to hire someone like you, not because you're better than the other guy, but because they trust and they're watching you do it. And they know that their money is going to go towards something that hard work went into, and that's what they want. They don't want to be sold, I can do it. They want to see it and not have to be sold on it because they know that you can do it. So I think I'm going to call it a night on this. I don't know, tomorrow maybe I'll come back. I'll get back on. I'll think about it. Pretty soon here, I got to go and pick up my son. So I'm going to be buying tickets to fly out to Washington to scoop him up. When that happens, I might not be live for a while, depending on whether he's playing with his friends or not. I'm going to spend a lot of time with my son before he goes to school. So if you don't see me as consistently as you have lately, and that's the reason you've seen me a lot more lately, and I've been live for as long as I have, is because I want to do this while he's not here. But after about a week or so, or at least up until the point that I get him into school, I may be live for like an hour or two. And then once he gets consistently into school, I'll go live more frequently, and I'll start showing these projects. I'll start showing the development, and I'll jump back on this to wrap it up. So I appreciate everybody for watching. I appreciate everyone for asking questions and for contributing in the chat. And I hope that you guys have learned something. I know that this is a long stream to scrub through. And if it's hard to scrub through, to go back and follow, like in a tutorial format, something that I've done, feel free to reach out and let me know what it is you want to learn. And I'll either make another video or I'll try to clip this so that I can isolate those tutorials that I've done in this stream. But appreciate the stream, all the info, the knowledge you dropped on roads. Much love, my friend. Much love to you as well. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll catch you guys next time.